Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome everyone to the June 16th, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. The council did meet in closed session and there's no reportable action. The council discussed items A, B, and C and did not discuss D, E, or F. With that, Mr. Cole, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, let's move directly to, did you want to do that?
Well, let me do roll call.
Okay, I'm sorry, roll call. Thank you.
I'll do roll call. Councilmember Lyon, would you like to make an announcement?
I would, thank you. I am participating remotely pursuant to the Just Cause provision of Government Code Section 54953.8.3 because I am under the weather. No one is in the room with me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
Councilmember Coe? Present. Councilmember Hampton?
Blessed and honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember Lyon is participating remotely.
Here.
Councilmember Madison?
Here.
Councilmember Masuda?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Here.
And Mayor Gordo?
Here,
We have a quorum.
okay. We do have a couple of announcements.
Just a very brief announcement, mainly for those who may be listening from home or through Zoom. We had a brief outage of our online public comment portal, and we want to make sure that everyone is heard for their items. So if you did submit something earlier today, you may contact the city clerk's office, and the phone number is 744-4124. Again, that's 744-4124 to verify that you're in our queue. Alternatively, you can just submit a new request, and we'll take care of that from the back end. And we'll make this announcement a few more times tonight, just to make sure, since we have some really important items. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Why don't we jump right to,
Mayor, I had a request of the council
thank you.
as well, if I
Mr.
may.
Madison?
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's with a really heavy heart that I would ask my colleagues to adjourn our meeting in honor of Betsy Nathane, who passed away this past weekend after a lengthy battle with cancer. Betsy was a dedicated community volunteer and activist advocate in West Pasadena and Linda Vista. She was the chair formerly of the city's Urban Forestry Advisory Committee, vice president of the Linda Vista Annandale Association, but is most well known for her yeoman-like efforts on the creation of the Linda Vista Park, taking Lemons, the closure of an elementary school, and turning it into lemonade by making it a city park, which it's been now for almost 2 decades, and it thrives as such. You know, like so many of our friends in this community, they have talents and experiences that at a time like this, you realize, you know, I wished I'd spoken to her more about her career, for example. This is someone who had not one, but 2 bachelor's degrees, one from Art Center College of Design and the other in communications from UW, the University of Washington. She was the art director, creative director for numerous firms over a lengthy career, including Leo Burnett, Team One, and Key Donna Pearlstein. She did such things as, you know, developed one of the most successful recruiting campaigns for the United States Army. It was actually her and her team that developed the line, an army of one, to recruit young people at a time when it was very difficult to recruit people. And typical Betsy, when she was working on that campaign for the Army, she went through 2 weeks of basic training herself. She said, if I'm gonna recruit people to do this, I should do it myself. And of course, she wasn't, you know, a 19-year-old that was sort of in the position that one would normally be at that point. She helped Lexus introduce new models. She did environmental work and was one of the pioneers of advertising where it's projected on the side of a building. or onto a billboard through new media and all. So we're really going to miss Betsy Nathane, and it's appropriate that we honor her by adjourning in her memory.
Thank you. And so I know that the rest of the council joins in your request, and we will adjourn in memory of Betsy Nathaniel and her many contributions to the city,
Thank you, Mayor.
her neighborhood, and certainly to the country. Okay. Now we will turn to public comment for matters not on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. We also have another presentation. And this is a 2-minute presentation, and I'll ask Mr. Kenny James and Florence Anand to step forward and tell us what we can expect to see on Juneteenth here in our city. Mr. James?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kenny James. I'm Recreation Administrator with the Parks Department. I'm here with Flo, and we're going to talk a little bit about the events and stuff that are going to take place this Saturday. So I'll actually turn it over to Flo because she's the lead and we are partnering with her. So Flo, I'll give it to you to talk about the events that we're going to have on Saturday.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yes, it's our 5th annual roller skating. So get out your roller skates, dust them off, and put your little knee pads on, whatever it takes. But hopefully to see you this Saturday. It's Juneteenth. It's obviously the Black celebration, but we want to make it a community celebration. And we have free rental skates. We have great food trucks. We have bouncy castles. We have games for the kids. And we got a DJ. What more could you ask in front of City Hall? You know, so you can come out and have some fun. Michelle, I seen you last year, so I hope to see you again. Yeah, just come out and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, guys. Hope to see you this Saturday.
Thank you, Kenny. Okay. For the young man sitting in the front row, that guy wore that jacket you're wearing a long time ago.
You don't still have it?
Yeah, Kenny has it. Kenny has it. Okay. Mine doesn't fit, so. So let's move on to the consent calendar.
Public comment?
Oh, public comment for matters not on the agenda. Thank you.
Prior to calling the first few names, I'd like to announce that item 13, ordinance for first reading, which is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena, amending Pasadena Municipal Code Title II, Articles 3 and 4 to update provisions regarding term limits and training of members of advisory boards, commissions, committees, and boards of operating companies created by City Council. It will not be considered. It's being pulled from the agenda. Thank you. Until June 22nd.
What's the reason for that?
I'm not aware.
To ensure that everything that's submitted is accurate. There were some confusion, so it'll be next week.
I think it's useful to have some explanation. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move to public comment.
No public comment for matters not on the agenda.
We currently have 5 public speaker cards on items not on the agenda, and 1 is virtual. So I'm going to call the first 3 names. We'll start off with Lawrence Todd, followed by Armand G. and Jasmine Abdullah.
So if you
And you'll have 2 minutes each. Please take notice of the green lights.
If you heard your name, please step forward and form a line in the center aisle. Mr. Todd, go ahead. You're up first. You're up first.
Hello, everyone. My name is, is it hot in here or is it just me? Lawrence Todd. I'm the president and founder of the Pasadena Sports Hall of Fame, and I reside on Cooley Avenue, directly across the street from a field of glory, the Pasadena High School football field, track and field football team. So I can relate very much to this individual's Letterman jacket. I'm here today simply just to lend my support for the Turkey Tussle, which is a yearly event. It's a historic classic event that has been happening in this city My mother came to California when she was 14 years old. She passed away this last November at the young age of 86. And so my legacy, my history, my family's history hasn't just been walking the streets, playing up at Robinson's Park or walking around Brookside, but it's been as part of this game, which is in the Rose Bowl. And I think I speak for a lot of other families that have called Pasadena home, of all nationalities and diversities. And it's not just the football players, but for our cheerleaders as well. My wife graduated in 1987, so she wanted to make sure that I emphasize that this game, that even though she can't fit into her size 2 cheerleader uniform anymore, but she still has it proudly displayed next to her Barbie collection, which I have to see every month. So I just want to say that I'm appreciative of the fact that this council has indicated that it will continue to create an environment that our student bodies, our student athletes can have their experience in that field of glory, which is the Rose Bowl, right here in our backyard. Some of them don't have careers after their high school years, but they get the very benefit of being able to say that they played in their backyard, not just at their high school, but actually in the Rose Bowl. So I'm appreciative. I thank you very much. And I would like to just plug just a little bit of a seed.
Mr.
into your
Todd,
head.
unfortunately, your time has concluded.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Just real quick, that if we could.
Sir, we want to be
have-
fair.
We have to be fair to everyone.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Armin?
Hello. How you doing? I'm not really sure how this works, but I am the owner of Pinocchio's Pizza, and I think it's brought to the council member agenda for possible CUP review. And I'm here just to speak on it. I'm not sure if this is, even if I need to, but I do want to say that it has been approved by the hearing officers that the people who have been complaining about it do not really live as close as to the location that they are assuming. We've done a petition in the whole area about in the 500 square foot radius, and we got a 98% approval on it, on the event. We've been in the business, we've been in Pasadena, Pinocchio's over maybe since 1983. We've run a very good business. We haven't had any issues with the police or any type of neighborhood. I think we can operate that in very effectively. I hope that the appeal is not brought up. I think we have multiple conditions on this, on the CUP to ensure that we're not going to be detrimental to the neighborhood. I think Rick Cole is our district official, but I just want to speak on that. I think it's very solid. We've done traffic studies, we've done noise studies, we've done a very complete case on this situation. We've gone into a hearing, and I think it's a very solid case for this to continue. We even have a 6-month and a 12-month review, so I don't think it's necessary for the council to bring this up for a review.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Just a clarification, I believe your business is located in Council District Number 5, Vice Mayor Rivas's district.
Yes.
I'm across the street from you,
Okay. Yeah.
across the street.
But it's her district, so her.
Thank you.
Jasmine, before you begin speaking, I'd like to call the additional 3 speakers, please. That would be DeJuan Brown, followed by Yadi, and followed by Bianca Vasquez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm here today because I do know your rights trainings in my community. And I've been advocating for folks to go online to complain about the police, right? And within the last 6 months, the complaint process has changed drastically. And it's confusing. It's to detour people from making a complaint, because now, and when you click on go to Pasadena Police Complaint, you click on submit anonymously, which is the reason why we all want to go there, because we want to submit anonymously. It says, as an anonymous submitter, we will review your submission. However, if you're reporting potential misconduct, we will have no way to contact you for additional information. As such, if there is insufficient information to investigate a submission, or we cannot identify the employees involved, your submission may not result in a resolution. Now, we all know this is a lie, because you should have the police officers in that logged already, right? In that community, right? And Mr. Harris, this is actually towards you too. each officer goes out, and you know who goes out in that area. The old submission form had date, time, location, and then it had a submission, how many ever words you wanted to leave. Now, so say you click on it, you press no, because you can't go forward if you say anonymous. It will not allow you to go forward if you want to report anonymously. So now I push yes. And italics, I have first name, last name. So we all know what italics means. If there's italics, you must put that information there, correct? So now if I put that information there, that's the only way I can go forward. And now since I go forward, I'm going to do this with you guys. Now the next page, it says date of birth, race, gender, phone number, and now it asks for your house address. And the last, which was about 6 months ago, because I do these trainings frequently, right? And I make complaints frequently online. This has changed in the last 6 months because the oversight board has been pushing folks to go complain. So now you're scaring the community to not make complaints. Now that pisses me
Jasmine,
off.
your time has concluded.
Oh my God, and this is what I hate about it. I'm gonna keep going because I have to have this on public record. Can you please check this out, Michelle? Because
Jasmine,
it's important.
Jasmine, we'll look into it and follow
We
up.
will.
Thank you.
Thank you for,
I'm formally send all you guys this stuff because I wrote it all out.
okay, that sounds
We'll
good.
be in-
Thank you.
We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon, board members. My name is DeWarren Brown. I know you guys don't know me, but I'm an alumni from Pasadena High School. I started off on the varsity football team years ago, from sophomore year all the way senior year. I just want to say that, I know it looked like there was a bit of a confusion on social media from what was posted, but then again, I just wanted to get this clarification on how important this game is to me. This game is more than just a game. This is the main foundation that holds this community together. A lot of people show out for this game, but more importantly, even scouts from other schools, and with this particular game, this is considered like a last chance for some of these kids that were hard enough to get scholarships in the last few games that they played. This gives them an eye-opener to be seen by scouts and actually get out with scholarships when they can. So taking this kind of game away, you're basically taking away the one resource that may get them out from wherever they're from. I'd like to think that, the city's behind this though and gives out the full support of this because honestly, this game saved my life a long time ago. On my senior year, I had found out that a friend of mine, a good teammate of mine, was shot and killed in my community because there was, gang violence involved and everything. And football was the main thing that saved most of us though from staying out of trouble. It definitely saved me. And I'm actually glad that I followed in the footsteps of many family members that played in this game, and on top of that, just even friends. So I just want to say that, let's keep this memory alive, let's keep this game alive, and keep this tradition going because, it's definitely what holds us together as a community and as a city. We're all Pasadena, we're all a unity as one, so let's keep it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Yadi, followed by Jessica Richards, Nina Raj, and Suzanne York.
Hi, I just want to ask for the status of a couple items. So for the public's benefit and knowledge, the first is the status of the data center moratorium. I know you didn't explicitly say that you would be doing that. However, other cities have been moving towards doing a moratorium in the middle of creating policy. And so it'd be really great for the council to give an update on that. And also, again, for the public's benefit, the flock safety discussion at public safety, since it's not on the agenda for this month, so I think it'd be great to have on the record when that discussion will take place. And lastly, the Real-Time Crime Center, which is still listed as an unfunded budget item, in accordance with greater transparency, oversight, and community engagement. Will the council and the police department commit to engaging with the community in discussions before committing any funds to educate the public on what a real-time crime center is and the proposed intended use? There is precedent on how to do this, as you are very well aware. AB 481 outlines the process for community oversight and transparency about the acquisition of any military equipment. And so there is precedent of having discussions with the community well in advance of allocating any money to this. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Jessica?
Hello, my name is Jessica Richards.
I am part of the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee, although I'm speaking today on my individual capacity. As some of you may know, PUSD intends to and has already started removing 193 healthy trees across its campuses. If you haven't heard about it, it's on CBS News today, and it is also circulating in other media outlets. Why? Because this is simply unnecessary. The science does not back up that soil removal is required to, that tree removal is required to remediate soil. DTSC has been clear, I have it in writing from them, that they do not mandate removal of all trees. So I'm sick and tired of the finger pointing from PUSD and the dishonesty. Now, why am I here today talking to all of you? Because we have a very strong tree protection ordinance, and somehow PUSD has skated around it. Now, I will read the way they skated around it. This is from our own code. Where immediate action is required for the protection of life or property, no permit is required to remove a protected tree, okay, in which it has been determined to be hazardous by the city manager, his designee, any police officer, firefighter inspection. No one is arguing that these trees are hazardous. PUSD has not claimed that. So therefore, they are not exempt from obtaining permits. They need permits to remove all 193 trees. That's the way our ordinance reads, and I implore all of you to uphold that ordinance and preserve our urban canopy for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nina?
Hi, I don't think Nina has arrived yet. I'm Suzanne York, District 2 resident. I'm also a member of the EAC, although I'm speaking on my behalf right now on the same issue of the 193 tree removals. There seems to be a real disconnect. There's finger pointing going on between PUSD, which I know is not necessarily your jurisdiction, and the DTSC. There's been a lot of misguided information going around, and I've been on many of these sites. They're beautiful, some in the cases of some more than 100 years old that are tagged for removal, and they shouldn't be. At the very least, I implore you to stop this right now until there can be more clear and transparent information about this process. There seems to be a lot of misinformation. A lot of these tests were done over a year ago. Things have changed since then, and there are way far better soil remediation techniques that can be employed so that we can save our tree canopy. So I implore you to do your best to stop this before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two virtual speakers. Bianca Vasquez. Next, Tim Martinez. Tim, can you hear us? I can see him, just if you unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. You have 2 minutes. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is Tim Martinez, Pasadena resident. I'm a member of the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee, although I'm also speaking as an individual and a former PUSD student. I also would like to express my concern about PUSD's ongoing removal of these 193 trees across 11 campuses. As has been stated, and from what I understand, the Department of Toxic Substances Control is not requiring the removal of these trees as part of the soil remediation. And my experience up in Altadena is that there's many soil scientists and community members who have been successfully remediating their soil without removing trees. They're preserving and actually fighting to save their mature trees in Altadena using bioremediation approaches and other methods as part of the solution. So what concerns me is the city appears to have allowed this project, as was mentioned previously, to bypass the normal tree permit process under an emergency provision intended for hazardous trees posing an immediate threat to life or property. This was written for trees that are about to fall down on top of your garage or on top of someone's head. So nobody's claiming that these trees on these school campuses are hazardous. So I think that there's a fundamental difference there. I think this interpretation deserves your scrutiny. These trees are already being cut down throughout our city. I would urge you all to please speak with staff, examine the basis for this exemption, and ensure that projects of this magnitude go through the normal public review and permitting process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have two more public speaker cards. The final two public speaker cards on matters not on the agenda is Paloma Munoz, and I can't read, I think it's Ochoa. And the last one is Kristen Ochoa. You have 2 minutes.
If you've heard your name, please step forward and form a line.
Hi, my name is Paloma Munoz Ochoa. I'm 17 years old. Today, I spent 8 hours sitting in an oak tree that was marked for removal. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have heard a lot about these oak trees already. I'm just here to say that I don't think it's fair that these oak trees are being taken down. You know, being in that oak tree, I connected with it. And it's clear that it's holding a lot of life and that it means a lot to the environment and to the animals and plants living in it. And that's honestly all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last public speaker, Kristen Ochoa.
Hello, good evening, council members. Thank you for having me. I am the mother of Paloma, 17 years old, who spent 8.5 hours in an oak tree today. It was very scary, but I thought very necessary. I am a homeowner of Pasadena and a taxpayer, and I ask you, please, we are desperate. We have been trying to reach you. You are referring us elsewhere. We have been trying to reach the state. The state refers us to Pasadena Unified School District. The Pasadena Unified School District refers us to the state, and we are stuck, and so we are so desperate that we are putting our children in oak trees that should be protected. Please speak to your planning department. Please have them re-review whatever Pasadena Unified School District submitted to you, and please then allow your city attorney to review that. I believe that there is a process here, that there is a piece of that you are responsible for. I ask you, as my city council members in the city that I live in and serve as a physician, please can you do this? Because we will continue to take desperate measures. We love these trees. We think these trees should be present for the children and the future. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on matters not on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's a queue.
Mr. Hampton, followed by Ms. Rivas, then Mr. Cole.
I will be as brief as possible, but I appreciate all the public commenters that came out to speak today. I will start with the first one, which is the PPD complaint form. If there was any changes that we could change back to what the original configuration was so that people could make complaints anonymously, I would ask our chief to.
We're going to look at it, and so we'll.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
see, he's here, so I was just looking at him. And hopefully, him and his department will turn it back. And then, as far as Muir and PHS goes, you know, I was a Muir alumni, and I appreciate you being here today, sir. And I thank you for sharing your story. You as well. Mr. Lawrence in the back, thank you for talking about what the turkey tussle means to our whole entire community. It's not just a game of two schools, but it's an opportunity for the whole entire community to come out. So as one council member, I'll tell you this, I will not be in favor of not funding that moving forward. I will ask and advocate to continue that our city will continue to fund that. I know our mayor will.
That matters in the budget.
I know it's in the budget, but it's not, and we're paying for it. So just so you know.
So,
and then the other one is the trees. First and foremost, PUSD's communication has been lackluster. What is actually going to happen when it comes to the tree removal? The response to the neighbors, including myself, was that they had meetings with our field liaisons 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever it is before they decided to send out notifications. The notifications that they sent out didn't really give any real explanation, and they were cookie cutter, so every single school site got the same exact notification with just a new school on top. As far as the trees goes, if there's anything that the city can do to stop this process until we have a better understanding if they need to come through us for approval. Just like I understand that it's a different jurisdiction and they have state requirements, state rules in PUSD. I was a school board member, so I definitely understand that. But just like when private businesses in Pasadena request trees to be removed, if they're protected trees, they have to give exact reasons why. So soil remediation, as the public speakers have spoken, there's other ways to do it. There's a lot of other ways to do it. And so I just wanted to state that. And also to the young lady that was in the tree this morning, I would not advocate for anybody trespassing and sitting in the tree. But in that case, that was a good reason to do that. And so thank you so much for protecting our trees. We are Tree City for a reason.
Ms. Rivas, followed by Mr. Cole.
Just wanted to answer the question from the public commenter about when the flock discussion will return to public safety, and that's scheduled to come back in August.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
I will second my colleague, Mr. Hampton's comments, particularly as they relate to the application of our tree ordinance. Something called the city is quoted in today's Star News saying that they are exempt. I have been made aware of no state law that clearly establishes that, and I would ask that we move expeditiously to alert the school district to the need to resolve that issue of jurisdiction. Again, I think that a reasonable case can be made that they have to abide by our laws. They have specific exemption from our zoning laws for educational purposes. That is black letter law. But when it comes to protecting trees, particularly on at least one site that we have a lease on, right, where no students are present, I think we have a clear interest here, and I think we should clarify that whoever is the city does not speak for the city council. And I think the city council needs to be fully briefed and fully aware about the application of our jurisdiction of the laws that we pass.
The city manager's office is looking at the issue of jurisdiction and the distinction between the ed code jurisdiction for for education-related purposes versus environmental purposes. But we should have more information.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, is there a motion on the moving to consent? I'll entertain a sweet motion on the consent calendar.
I need to make an announcement. We have public speakers cards for item 2.
Okay.
I'll make a motion on all items except item 2. I would like to make a comment. I believe it's item 2, so we'll take that up next.
Okay, consent calendar is moved with the exception of item 2. Are there any objections?
We have to do a roll call. Well, go ahead and start.
Oh, that's right.
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Item consent passes with exception of item 2.
Okay, with regard to item 2, public comment.
When I call your name, please come up to the podium. Humaida Asfal and Yadi. While you're walking up, I'd like to announce that we received 2 letters expressing concerns with the staff recommendation and providing comments on the matter, which was posted and distributed online. Thank you.
Hi. Here we are again with this is item 2, Dooley Enterprises, and there's more to say, but I'm going to focus on one thing. Here we are again with another contract without competitive bidding due to limited procurement channels. We get here because we keep ending up doing business with monopolies or buying systems that lock us into the same platform for years into the future. In this particular example, it's Winchester and ammunition, and apparently there's only one authorized distributor in California. But it's not just about Winchester. This has come up with a number of other countries. Motorola Communications has come up with several recent large contracts that we're just kind of locked into that. John Deere, we bought equipment for approved money for equipment for parks back in December, and we even got a carve out for the right to repair issues with that. So we clearly knew about their problematic business practices. Now, a lot of this is because of the role of functional monopolies in the industries that cities buy from. There's an overconcentration of just a few companies in the industries that sell to cities, especially for public works, police, stuff like that. But it's just going to get worse, and cities were going to end up paying too much forever because there's no competitive bidding. We need the money for other community needs. Non-competitive contracts are seldom a good deal for the people buying the product. It also means local businesses can't compete on those contracts. So I'm asking, what is the long-term plan? And I encourage you to work with other cities and with our state and federal electeds to address this. It's going to take a long time, but we really don't have a choice unless we want to be locked in to perpetually buying from
Thank you.
monopolies.
Thank you, ma'am. Yari?
I want to echo the sentiments of the prior comments. And also, I'm not going to talk about the ammunition, but I'm actually going to bring up ShotSpotter. If there's going to be a discussion about this, hopefully very isolated incident, I just want to be remind the council and the public that, you know, ShotSpotter is a gunshot technology system that has failed us repeatedly. It has left people with gunshot wounds on the streets and have not alerted us when people have been shot. And so I haven't really seen robust conversations about ShotSpotter. And so I hope that that will be something that we take in consideration in comparison to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion on
Motion to
variance?
approval.
Move to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Masuda. Roll call.
Nope.
Oh, Mr. Cole, I apologize.
So I will echo what we heard in the public comment. Several of us around this dais have repeatedly raised the question, not just for purchases of the police department, but it's a general practice in our city that we buy from the big names because we think they're reliable or industry standards or what have you. And then we end up not just buying what often would probably be at a premium in terms of competitiveness, but also then find ourselves locked into long-term, sometimes multi-million-dollar contracts with a single vendor. And we have to routinely exempt, as this one is, those purchases from competitive bidding. I hate to bring up a sore subject, but you know, we're talking about a rounding error for the turkey tussle. And yet we spend tens of millions of dollars to corporate giants who have us buy the short hairs. And we are not challenging that. Now, it is difficult for a city of our size to challenge this monopoly of a company like Motorola, which, you know, controls something like 70% of police communications in the country. But unless we begin to do that, we're leaving on the table millions of dollars and then creating community consternation over thousands of dollars. And so I think we have to break this practice of just saying, well, it's easier for us to buy from the big guys. They're the big name, and we know that they're going to be reliable, and pay through the nose. That's I think, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm just speaking into the wind. Maybe, hold on one sec, I'll conclude because I know but I think we have to face up to the fact that we routinely do this kind of business. It is the routine in this city, and it's a costly routine at a time when we I believe, can no longer afford that luxury. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Cole, you'll recall that as early as last week, we gave direction to the police chief to work with and commence regional conversations because it's more of a regional matter. That's as early as last week, so I wouldn't say anyone speaking into the wind. The direction was pretty clear.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Madison?
Yeah, just briefly, Mayor, I think I'm not aware of an alternative. So if we're leaving millions of dollars on the table, I'd sure like to hear either my friend and colleague inform us about where the alternate source is, or we shouldn't make statements like that, because scale is a thing in corporate America, and especially policing agencies are part of a network. You know, we depend on compacts with other departments, other agencies, other levels of government even, and there is accepted technology in that field, and yes, that may have the effect of aggregating bargaining power in the suppliers, but I couldn't agree more with Mr. Cole that it's very difficult for us to do anything to change that. So, but I'd be very interested if there's some solution that's available, other than just don't do that, but no positive suggestion about what to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
May I respond, Mayor?
Mr. Hampton?
I mean, it's fine if you'd like to.
I think we gave direction. I mean, we have the budget on, I don't want us to go back and forth on an item that we all agree. You know, we'd like to see an outcome where there was more competition. We've given direction to the police chief to, and by extension, the entire city staff to look at big contracts like this and see if we can work with neighboring jurisdictions to create more competition. I think we're all in agreement. I don't think there's disagreement there.
You're in charge of the meeting, and I respect that, and so I'll defer.
So,
Mr. Hampton?
I did look at this contract, and I agree. I always bring up the opportunity to purchase locally in Pasadena, and always think about Pasadena first. Now, I did look up ammunition companies in Pasadena. I didn't find any that were approved by law enforcement. I don't know if they have to be state California law enforcement approved or not, but that would be a question for the chief to answer. So that's the reason why I was fine with this ammo contract, and that's the reason I didn't bring up the idea of why didn't we give this to a local business here in Pasadena. Most of the local businesses in Pasadena that do sell ammo are large companies as well. So Turner's, right? I mean, if they wanted to bid on this, they had that opportunity.
No, they didn't. We didn't bid this.
Is there opportunities for these, Chief? I mean, Chief is in the room, so we could ask him a question. Are there other companies that could bid on ammo? And if so, then this is a 5-year contract. Is there a reason why it's not 3, and then an option of the last 2, and you have the opportunity to check the market?
Yeah, we can provide some information on that coming to the podium is Lieutenant Tony Russo, who handles that for us.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor, council members, staff. So I have a presentation on this, but to answer that direct question and to provide some context regarding why this would be the request for exemptions in this particular incident, is the ammo purchasing, like a place like Turner's, although a big company, is buying that from an ammunition distributor who is the manufacturer, and so they limit the distribution centers, and then specifically law enforcement gets different pricing than retail pricing that goes out to the public. And so they have specific law enforcement distribution centers. Specifically speaking to Dooley's, Dooley's is located in Anaheim. They are the sole provider of Winchester ammunition for 15 states, not just California, but 15 states purchase their ammunition from the location in Anaheim. There are 7 distribution sites throughout the country that provide ammunition to Winchester ammunition to law enforcement, there's only 7 other locations. Those are all contractually obligated to specific regions. So even if we put it out to bid for those 7 areas to say, hey, let's have these people compete contractually with Winchester, they could not sell outside of their region. I don't know if there, I don't know if there was another question there. I think there might be.
No, that was,
Okay.
I think I think you answered the question. So my motion is still stands.
Yeah. I mean, procurement is a very complicated process. Sometimes the source of the dollars also mandate where and how you can procure. And so, again, let's leave it in the hands of the staff to look at the issue. I think we've given direction, and the staff can come back to us. Okay.
Just very briefly, Mayor, agreed 100%. I was just going to suggest that to whatever extent all departments can essentially provide that sort of explanation in a sentence or two, that would eliminate a lot of questions up front and would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good point. Yeah. So maybe the city manager's office can look at that. And it does recur over and over. So let's, or I should say the issue in question is raised over and over. Okay. Next, roll call.
Yes. So it was moved by Councilmember Hampton, seconded by Councilmember Masuda to approve the staff recommendation. Councilmember Cole? Sir?
Mr. Cole? Abstains.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The item is approved. Thank you.
City Attorney has an announcement to make, and then Mr. Leclerc also has a couple of announcements to make. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to item 16, which is the second reading on an uncodified ordinance of the City of Pasadena related to SB 79, since we would not have a quorum in the room due to the remote participation, we would have to put this item off. And because we have 3 who are conflicted, so it would be considered next week on June 22nd. So that item is being pulled, item 16, and will be heard next week.
Thank you. Mr. Leclerc?
Just a very brief announcement. Anyone who's potentially either online or watching this remotely who may have submitted a speaker card before 6 o'clock tonight may want to double check whether or not we've received that speaker card. We had a brief outage of the online public comment system, and you can do one of the following to check. The first is you can contact the city clerk's office at 744-4124. That's 744-4124 to confirm we've received your request for public comment. Alternatively, you can just submit a new one, and we will reconcile that behind the scenes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to to item 8. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. This is the time and place for the public hearing on amendments to the Title III Civic Events and Facilities and 17 zoning code of the Pasadena Municipal Code PMC and the South Fair Oak specific plan related to Rose Parade, grandstands, medical uses, walls, fences, and miscellaneous updates. On May 21st, May 21st, May 28th, and June 4th, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. To report out on correspondence on this item, we did not receive anything. Thank you.
Okay, this matter was also before the Planning Commission and received approval on an 8-0 vote unanimously. What's the will of the council? Do we proceed with a presentation? Are there questions or comments that the council would like to move to? Or is there a motion?
I will move the recommendation if there's no public comment.
Well, the motion would be to close the public hearing.
All right.
We actually have 2 public speaker cards.
Okay.
Good. No, that's fine. I'll hold. I thought
Okay.
you were inviting that, yeah.
I was, yeah. I didn't realize there were 2 public commenters. So let's go ahead and hear from public comment.
First public speaker is Mike Brown, followed by
Mr. Brown,
Robert Matano.
Hello.
please step forward, sir.
I have no comments to make. I can.
Sir,
answer
if you'll step to the microphone, so would you have to get you on record?
My name's Mike Brown, and I represent Sharp Seating and Mike Brown Grandstands. But I don't have any comments to make on this.
Thank you.
I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I would withdraw my card if you're moving to recommendation, but we encourage you to adopt the staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on that matter.
Now, motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded.
A lot of seconds.
A lot of seconds, yeah. And.
Roll call to close the public
yes.
hearing.
A lot of seconds saved.
Councilmember Cole,
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
And I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Move this.
I would make this comment. I recognize and therefore support recommendation from our staff and from our planning commission that was unanimous. These all make a tremendous amount of sense. I do think that our agenda posting is deficient to not at least list the subject of these amendments. Because just that says, well, we're making some amendments to the plan in the agenda, I don't think meets the spirit of the Brown Act. I think that if people saw what, that it was walls and fences and grandstand, what have you, that they would know that it's minor and therefore wouldn't, but otherwise they've got to dig out and find out what it is that we're voting on. So it's just a comment for what it's worth, but I'm supportive of the recommendation.
We'll look at those issues procedurally.
Yes, and the title says related to Rose Parade grandstands, medical uses, walls, fences, and miscellaneous updates. But and
Yeah.
we don't have to use more than 20 words. We usually always do.
Appreciate it.
And I think it meets the requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Calling the roll
Well,
on the merits.
Mr. Cole, I'll ask for an amendment to your motion to include concurrently item 14, which is the ordinance giving effect to.
Happy to do so, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So this is a motion on item 8.
Ordinance is first.
You're trying to get just one motion for item 8 and
14?
14.
Move
You should have
approval.
2 different.
Oh, you want to have 2 different?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, I tried.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Well, actually, I can offer the ordinance when it's appropriate.
okay, thank you. So let's move on item 8.
Roll call, Councilmember on the merits of the item. Councilmember Cole,
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
The item passes.
And while we're there, let's just take up item 14. This is the enabling ordinance for item 8, the changes, giving effect to the changes. Mr. Cole offers. Roll call?
Offered by Councilmember Cole for first reading. Councilmember Cole,
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
Item is first reading complete.
Okay. Do we want to take up item 11 for the budget. I think, I don't know that there are
Mayor,
many questions or.
we discussed this at
Yeah.
MSC and it had unanimous support. Councilmember Cole made the motion, and I don't think we need a presentation.
Okay.
Unless my colleagues have questions.
It's good work that's been done by the staff and by the committee, so unless there are any questions or comments. Okay, Mr.
Before you
Cole,
do the comment, may I please open the public hearing?
please.
A motion to open the public hearing.
She's doing it either way.
This is a time and place for the public hearing on adoption of the Pasadena 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. On May 18th and May 25th, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. And I will go ahead and report out. We did not receive any public comments on the matter, and we do not have any public speaker cards either. Thank you.
Mr. Cole, you had a comment?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments made by our chair, Mr. Jones, and I agree with them. And I do support filing this with the state. But we had extensive discussion, and I think it's worth repeating both to all of our colleagues as well as to the public. This is a 550-page document with appendices, excuse me. And on page 3-7, it goes into extensive detail about the potential impacts of climate change. A page and a half that when you read it is deeply, deeply sobering about the future of being able to rely on external sources of water. We currently rely on external sources of water for 40 to 60% of our water every year, depending upon our use and the availability. I voted for moving this forward, but I strongly dissented from the conclusions of the report, which basically is, despite the fact that climate change threatens the State Water Project and the Sierra Snowpack on which it depends, despite the fact that 7 states are fighting over the fate of the Colorado River, which is drying up, and despite the fact that there's no certainty that the Delta conveyance will ever be built, nonetheless, we can rely upon the Metropolitan Water District to supply our water needs. I know that the Metropolitan Water District is doing everything it can to ensure reliability. I am not convinced that that will be successful, not through any lack of effort on their part, but just the realities that are laid out in this report. So we had a very good discussion with our staff, and I think what we all agree on is that we need to have a much greater emphasis in the years ahead on replenishing our local watershed. The Raymond Basin, we need to focus more on conservation. We need to focus more on gray water. For landscaping, we need to focus more on recycling water. We need to focus more on capturing stormwater. And I know our staff is committed to that, but I think the public needs to know that while we hope that the Metropolitan Water District will be successful over the next 30 years in meeting the obligations of Southern California, the barriers to that are significant. And therefore, since it's our responsibility to supply reliable water, we are committed to doing just that, is to do everything we can at the local level to increase our own self-sufficiency.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, and you know, in that spirit, I am planning to bring the matter to the San Gabriel Valley COG. I do think that more cities, particularly the cities that share in the basin, the Raymond Basin water, do more to recharge. I think Pasadena is doing its part, and we can certainly do more, but other cities need to do it as well. As well as the county, by the way. Okay, Mr. Madison.
Mayor, I think it's an excellent point. I would say if we're going to go to the COG, let's make sure that we involve the Met in these discussions. I don't know if the Met was present when MSC discussed this or not. We have a long and close relationship with the Metropolitan Water District. We're a member agency. Cynthia Kurtz, our former city manager, is our representative. I know they have an election coming, as I understand, soon for the new chair of that board, which is a major board, as you know, with dozens of members of their member agencies. The current CEO is someone we know very well, Shivaji Desmuth, who came from the Inland Empire Utility Agency. The prior CEOs were also ones that we knew very well, including Jeff Keitlinger, who was our interim water and power director for a time after he left the Met and lived in the city. So I wouldn't want any of my comments certainly to be misconstrued that we lack confidence in the Met. They've never failed us yet, but absolutely we should, make sure we're doing our own fair share of replenishing the basins. I would just like to involve them in those discussions.
And I could respond to that. I mean, at MSC, we acknowledge that Met is a partner of ours, obviously with Cynthia's leadership. And at MSC, we discuss more focusing on our local water supply projects and bringing that to MSC to see how we can expedite those projects as well. But Councilmember Lyon and myself and Cynthia Kurtz, we reached out to our state representatives to see about programs to replenish the Raymond Basin. This was before it came to MSC, but your comments are well taken and acknowledged, at least on my end.
Our partnership with Met is strong, and we had Cynthia here and the new CEO, recently appointed CEO here about a month ago to give a presentation, and Met is heavily involved, not just with our COG, but with the other COGs. And has recognized the need to work together to recharge the basin. So they're certainly a part of that discussion. Okay. Mr. Hampton, sorry.
Yeah, and I agree, and I appreciate the chair for the discussion that we had at MSC, and I know that this was supposed to be a very brief, get straight through it, but I'll just say that, Met is a partner, and I don't want any of our comments from MSC to be misconstrued. My comments at MSC were merely that we have a obligation to represent the residents of the city of Pasadena, and I understand that Met provides us with 60% of our water. But based on our report, we can't continue to rely solely on that 60%. We have to start doing our fair share as well, because as Councilmember Cole mentioned in every article that I've ever read, the Colorado, not that he's written, but that has just been written about water in the state of California. But Councilmember Cole does write a lot, good writing though, good writing, everything I've read about the Colorado River, we have to, cut back our reliance on it. And so with that, cutting back that reliance, we need to do what we can to make sure that our residents in Pasadena have water, and especially as the state of California is saying that we need to build more and more housing, we need to be able to have the water for the residents that we are projecting to come to the city. So
thank you, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you.
And there's also the cost differential between Met water and basin water. We pay a premium for the Met water, and so recharging would allow us to pull more water from the basin. Whether or not the availability of Met water is there, it would also impact rates and costs for our residents.
And let me reiterate so there's no misunderstanding. I was careful to say these are through no fault of Met itself. It's the Met doesn't control the Sierra snowpack. The Met doesn't control the Colorado River. The Met doesn't control whether the Delta conveyance will ever be built. Within their control, they're building more storage facilities. They're promoting conservation. I support those and appreciate those. The difficulty is that nobody at our level or even the regional level has control of what will happen over the next 30 years, and the picture is dark.
Yeah, on all of those subjects, and we should weigh in as a municipality and member of Met on, particularly on the Delta conveyance. Okay, with that, let's, I believe there's a motion.
To close the public hearing?
Mr. Jones moves to close the public hearing. Mr. Cole seconds. Roll call?
Councilmember Coe?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
That's to close the public hearing, so we give.
On the merits?
Motion on the merits, the same?
Yeah, I'll motion.
Jones and Hampton. Councilmember Coe?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton? Yes. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
That item is approved. Thank you.
And item 9, annual action plan. This is a fairly routine matter.
With your approval, I can open the public hearing?
Yes. This is our
the time
annual
and place
approval.
for the public hearing on approval of the annual action plan 2026 and related funding applications for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Act, and Emergency Solutions Grant Programs. On April 20, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. And we had one one correspondence, was one letter expressing concerns with the staff recommendation and/or advocated for additional funding for homeless programs in the city. The letter was posted online, distributed, and made part of the record. Thank you.
And this has been through the council's Homeless and Housing Committee and comes with the recommendation for approval. Do we need a presentation, or are there questions or comments? Okay. Been moved by Mr. Masuda, seconded by Mr. Jones. Mr. Cole's in the queue. Mr. Cole?
I respect the majority vote at the committee level which I serve. I dissented, as you recall, Mr. Mayor. $2 million of this community development block grant for infrastructure improvements. $500,000 is devoted to sidewalk improvements. That will be in the Northwest. I support that. $250,000 will be citywide ADA push button upgrade. That's for traffic signals. And $1.125 million for street resurfacing and ADA improvements citywide. We have done this for several years. Councilmember Jones and others, I think, have helped ensure that those dollars that are earmarked for census tracts that are eligible under the Community Development Block Grant, because they are low and moderate income census tracts, those dollars are actually being allocated to there in an equitable way. If they had been allocated in an equitable way over the 40 years of community development block grants, you could eat off the sidewalk in the Northwest. And obviously, since the Northwest still has more challenges with infrastructure than much of the rest of the city, in part because it's older, but primarily because of lack of historic investment in that area. I am frustrated that although it's important that we continue to allocate these dollars, we have $2 million here, including $250,000 are being spent citywide, that could be allocated toward getting us to a year-round shelter. I appreciate the city manager's commitment of $2 million of additional funding from other sources to that, but I'm going to vote no, and I just wanted to explain why.
The ramp up, the city manager's committed to moving that project forward, the project being the year-round center. And that matter will be coming back. The work that needs to be done for ADA compliance has to be done for two reasons. One, we want to be compliant with the American Disabilities Act, and two, there's a practical reason. People actually need us to be compliant. It's a safety issue for people who rely on full implementation of the ADA, and holding back these dollars while the city manager does the work on the year-round center would neither bring us a center any sooner, I don't believe, because there needs to be other work that needs to be done, and two, would run contrary to the ADA and be a disservice to the people who rely on that. And so that's why the Homeless and Housing Committee approved it. And recommends approval. Mr. Hampton?
So to be clear about these well, I appreciate Councilmember Cole's comments about, this being used for 40 years, but the council policy on sidewalk repairs didn't change until 2015. I remember that while I was here when that policy changed, that we were going to be responsible for fixing all the sidewalks in the city. So 40 years prior to that, or 30 years prior to that, whatever the time, I'm not doing the math, that's the reason why a lot of the sidewalks weren't changed in that area. And then also in that area, the northern section of our city, we have families that have lived in their homes generationally. So typically what triggers those sidewalk repairs and public works repairs are when the homes transfer over. I do think that, with the advocacy of Councilmember Jones, yourself, myself, Councilmember Kennedy, who's here, these dollars are being utilized exactly where they're supposed to be utilized. And then as far as a homeless shelter or a year-round shelter, these dollars have to be used within the geographical area, correct?
Let me weigh in on that. Randy can. Thank you.
Randy Mapson with the Housing Department. They don't specifically have to be in a geographical area, depending on if it's a client-based activity, but if it is a facility or infrastructure, it does have to be in this eligible CDBG census tract.
So would South Raymond be considered an eligible census tract?
South Raymond and what? Cross Street.
Between Del Mar and
Rose
Glen
Palace, sorry.
No.
So these dollars couldn't be used to utilize that?
There could, because that would be a client-based activity, which is based on serving homeless persons. And when there's a client base that we can verify that they're low and moderate income, then it can be used there.
Okay. Yeah, two different criteria.
Thank you.
I mean, Mr. Cole is absolutely correct, though, on the point of the failure to invest equally over generations, and I don't want that point to be lost. I know you don't. I think you're both saying the same thing, and your comments support one another's comments, and it's something that we need to take into account going forward, because there are tremendous infrastructure needs in the northwest part of our city that have not always been prioritized or received equal
Appreciate
footing.
the clarification. And similarly with ADA, right? The law was passed in the George Bush administration in the
First George Bush.
1992. So we've had, 35 years nearly to come into compliance, and to spend these precious dollars is a good, I would acknowledge, is a good use of those dollars. But we should have been doing this for the last 37 years. And our failure to do that leaves us to having these precious dollars oversubscribed. So I respect the view of the majority, and I just wanted to put on the record my concerns.
I don't know that the dollars are oversubscribed as much as we don't receive the funding that come with the mandates. We just don't receive sufficient funding, and so we're trying to balance it out. I wish we did, but the fact remains that we don't. And some of these dollars have been pulled back far too often. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, and part of that discussion at the committee was that we would have to find $2 million worth of cuts in the general fund to allocate for infrastructure in the Northwest. So that's why I'm supportive of this motion.
Yeah. Okay, with that, there's a motion. Is there, who?
A motion to close the public hearing?
Yes.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Roll call?
That was Hampton, correct?
Yes. And Mr. Masuda seconds?
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Public hearing is closed.
Motion on
Now
the
on the
merits.
merits. Hampton,
Yes.
followed.
Wait, we need a second on the merits. Mr. Masuda, your second?
I thought you were.
Okay, so motion and a second, same team.
Councilmember Cole, on the merits, Councilmember Cole? No. Councilmember Hampton?
Yes, and I have to give big credit to our Mayor Gordo as well. As I mentioned, a whole bunch of council members. But Mayor Gordo also worked extremely hard on these and making sure that residents in the heart of Pasadena continue to get the service. And he closed down the liquor store.
That's, all right. We don't,
So
please,
that's
please.
what Councilmember Jones said. I'm just, yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Item is approved.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Hampton? All right, moving on to item, no. So now we'll move to let's go on to the budget.
So as we start item 10, I have a script to read out loud. The staff report and presentation of this agenda item will be divided into several sections. First, staff will provide a presentation on the city's operating budget. Following that presentation, and after answering any questions of the city council, we will take public testimony on this public hearing item. After the staff presentation and public comment on this agenda item 10, city staff will seek the city council's approval of the operating budget by way of segments. In order to ensure that city council members do not participate in making a decision for which they have conflicts, city staff has identified certain discrete components of the operating budget that require recusal by certain city council members. We have broken down these particular components into segments and will proceed through the adoption process in compliance with the segmentation rules provided by the FPPC. This process allows for the individual components of the operating budget to be broken down into separate decisions that are not inextricably, I don't know why I'm tongue twisted with that word all day, interrelated to the decision in which the official may have a disqualifying interest. This way, a final decision will be reached without the disqualified official's participation in any way on each segment. In compliance with rules and decisions of the FPPC, the recusal segments that city staff and the city attorney have identified are defined and labeled as follows. Recusal segment 1 involves Mayor Gordo and Councilmember Hampton. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, just to clarify, we're going to do that first? Okay. Recusal segment 1 involves Mayor Gordo and Councilmember Hampton. Segment 2 involves approval of the Rent Stabilization Department's budget.
Segment 1, that's them.
Okay. 1 is RSD. So we're still on 1. Yes. Mayor Gordo and Councilmember Hampton will be recusing themselves from this component of the city's operating budget because they own rental properties in the city. Recusal, segment 2, involves Councilmember Jones. Segment 2 involves Measure W funds. Councilmember Jones will be recusing himself from this component of the city's operating budget because he is a County of Los Angeles Public Works employee. The county is involved in Measure W. Segment 3 contains all other portions of the operating budget not included in segments 1 and 2. No council members are required to recuse themselves from participating in the adoption of segment 3. After staff presentation, we recommend that the mayor open the public hearing and accept public testimony and comment on this hearing item. After closing the public comment portion of the hearing, we recommend that the city council proceed through segments 1 through 3 with the affected council member announcing their recusal from the discussion and consideration of that segment and leaving the room during the discussion and consideration of that segment. The order that the segments 1 and 2 will be acted upon will be determined by random selection. Regardless of which segment will be acted upon first, all council members with conflicts in either segment 1 or 2 will recuse themselves until the respective segment for which the council member was recused has been acted upon. After discussion on that segment and before proceeding to the next segment, the mayor or vice mayor, if the mayor is absent, will entertain council deliberation and a motion with respect to that segment. As each segment is acted upon, the council member who was recused can re-enter the room and participate in the discussion and decision on the remaining segments. Once segments 1 and 2 are addressed separately, the mayor will then move to segment 3, which is the balance of the city's operating budget. The full council will be permitted to discuss, consider, or act on segment 3. If you have any questions during this process, feel free to ask staff, and we will help through the process. Thank you.
So that just means that when the discussion part, well, it doesn't just mean, but when the discussion part is taking place on the rent stabilization department, you should refrain from that discussion when the council members who were announced are present, and similarly with Measure W. So with that.
Okay. With that,
Staff presentation.
let's go to the staff. Mr. Leclerc?
Great, thank you, Mayor. So we come back tonight with a continued public hearing and this presentation that's a culmination of all of our budget discussions that started off in probably December in the budget workshop that was done. And we've taken into consideration through multiple meetings, lots of different hearings in different committees, and also discussion around the dais with the entire council, particularly last Monday. And we have provided a number of new enhancements that are part of the full package of the budget. But I want to hand over the presentation now to our Director of Finance, Karen Schneider, who will go through the changes from what was in the original published document and also that reconciles everything that was talked about last week.
Thank you. My name is Karen Schneider. I'm the Finance Director, and I'll be going over the budget. And I want to thank the council and the mayor for the multiple meetings and subcommittee meetings that we had throughout this process, as well as the direction we received from our city manager. At our beginning portion in May, we brought forward to you our total appropriations for the general fund. It'll be $383 million. For all funds, it will be $1,409 million. For the total number of FTEs in 2027, there'll be 1,809 in the general fund and 2,424 in all funds together. What we brought to you was a balanced budget for the general fund using one-time funds. At the end of that, we had approximately $1.2 million left over from our original deficit of 3.8. We brought in $5 million in one-time funds to close that, leaving an additional 1.2. What was brought before you last week was an additional 1.8 that was identified for a total of $3 million, and we're going to show you how we presented that to you last week to get your concurrence and as we've adopted those into the budget. One of the items we heard from the subcommittee was to continue funding for the PORT program, and what we have done is we have been able to find that funding in public health and bring forward 315 for the port firefighters and continue the eligible motel vouchers for 227,000. Under the health department continuing, one of our programs that we were, I give credit to the director for in creativity and the city manager for supporting, was offering the Promotoris to all departments to start using. In that, we were able to appropriate $560,000 to be able to continue 3 FTEs and the materials supplies. This will fund a program coordinator, a community services representative 3, and a community service representative 1. The funding comes from Public Works, PWP from the Power and Water, rent stabilization, and the transportation, and they will be using these to do focused marketing in these areas. Continuing the public health, we are requesting funding to increase from 0.75 FTE to 1.0 for $94,000. This is in lieu of losing a nurse in the health department. In disease and prevention control, we are asking for $101,000, which is 1 FTE for community services. Both of these fundings are coming out of the original general fund funds of $1.2 million. Moving into transportation, the enhancements that came along the way from discussions was to move all of the parking citations in-house. This will be a slow process in which we will need to cover some of the initial expenses. This is one-time funds of $600,000 to fund 12 FTE positions that are currently contracted out. That's 10 parking enforcement representatives, a senior parking enforcement representatives, and a parking services supervisor. In addition, after communications with the Public Safety Committee on the policy of it, we are recommending a one-time purchase for $90,000 for body-worn cameras, and there will be some ongoing costs. Going forward, we believe the program will be self-sufficient in its revenue generation. Our final one-time cost that we have recommended out of that $3 million is a year-round homeless shelter, beginning the process of determining a work plan. This, we were recommending $2 million in the general fund for one-time use. What we have done so far is be able to bring this forward as a balanced budget, and we're basically at $43,000 as a balanced budget. Other items that we have brought forward is a fire inspector for $95,000. This was part of the direction we heard after the fee study for the fee program. The fee study from the fire department last week did indicate that it would take an additional fire inspector in order to generate some of its revenue. We believe long-term this will be revenue neutral. Currently, that revenue is not incorporated. We want to wait to see it materialize before we bring it to the council, but we do believe this will be budget neutral. Finally, we have the fiscal impacts. So we started with the increase of appropriations of 1.2. All funds brought in $3,991,000 for a total increase FTE of 17.25. The majority of those, again, are in the parking of those off positions there, and being able to continue funding for the public health fund. Our recommendation tonight is to close our public hearing. We have been doing meetings with both the council and with committees since May 4th. We recommend the resolution to adopt the operating budget and any changes that we have proposed tonight, or give direction to us to do something else. This also includes the adoption to continue the power fund transfer to the general fund, which is part of our recommended budget. I'd like to thank all the department heads for their work on putting this together. Again, the councils and the committee members that have listened to all of these presentations and given their feedback to us. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And it's been a lot of hard work, colleagues, to bring us to this point. I'd like to thank all of you for the time and effort in each of the committees that you serve on, as well as thank the staff for all of their hard work as well. Mr. Cole?
Yeah, tonight we're being asked to approve $1.2 billion worth of expenditures, including about $350 million for our general fund. And we have done a tremendous amount of work, and the staff do deserve a great deal of appreciation. I think the council very clearly communicated to the city manager that we were relieved and appreciative of the response to the original council criticism that we had not adequately addressed the council's 5 priorities. I think our interim city manager last week did an extraordinary job of reassuring us and the community that the staff is committed to those, and we have a credible game plan going forward. I have a couple questions and some remaining concerns that I think can be resolved before we conclude tonight. I strongly support the efforts by Councilmember Jones and others to ensure ongoing port funding through the Public Safety Committee. And I also support what you characterize as the innovative approach of giving other departments the opportunity to adopt essentially the Promotora program from the health department. I have been quite vocal over the months at having a more consistent and locally based approach to community outreach. And to the extent that the Promotoras are a step in that direction, I think that is phenomenal. To the extent that we're just kind of keeping them on because we don't want to lay them off, I think that's short-sighted. I think this is exactly the kind of community outreach that we should be doing instead of hiring outside firms to come in and try to do community outreach. This is deeply community-based for some of the parts of our community that often are left out of community outreach efforts. I was a question. The $90,000 to take the health director from 3/4 time to full time, you described as in lieu of losing 1 nurse. What does that mean?
One of the grants that we had funded a full-time nurse, that grant has expired, and therefore we found that there was a need, and the most efficient way of being able to fund that was moving the health director into a full-time position. It was a 1/4 FTE increase. And the director is here to explain it further.
Okay, that doesn't yet make sense to me, but maybe I'm being dense. How does funding more money to the health director buy us a nurse?
I would like to clarify, council member. So currently we have a director of nursing who's actually classified as a community health division manager. The individual leads basically all of our clinical staffing for the department. They provide direction to clinical teams, including the nursing, training and evaluation of clinical procedures. They provide administrative support for the health officer. Going into next fiscal year, we recognize that this was not a position that we could support. And so the thinking was if we can increase the health officer from a 3/4 time to a full time, then the health officer would assume those administrative duties, and then we could release the director of nursing position, and that's exactly what we're recommending tonight.
So doesn't that save us money? Or is this $90,000 from the general fund, or is this $90,000 within the money that's already going from one position to the other? I'm
No worries. I know it's a little bit, needs a little bit of explanation. So the director of nursing was already proposed to be eliminated, and that saves the health fund dollars. But in order to increase the health officer to full-time, we would need general fund support to do that.
Okay, that I appreciate the explanation. That wasn't immediately obvious, but that makes a lot of sense. So currently we contract out for the parking enforcement, is that correct?
For half, yes.
For half. And do either the ones we have in-house or the ones who we contract for currently have body cameras?
I'm gonna have Joaquin cover the rest.
Thank you, Aaron. Joaquin Sicas, Director of Transportation. They do not currently wear body-worn cameras.
So is it necessary to make this transition for them to have body-worn cameras, or is that simply an enhancement that we would like to make?
It's a separate enhancement for all of our parking enforcement representatives as a safety, don't want to say treatment, as a way to enhance the safety of our parking enforcement officers, not just the contract officers.
You know, I think even folks of the younger generation have heard the statement that goes back to my youth. A senator showing how much inflation has eaten away at our buying power said, well, $1 million here, $1 million there, pretty soon it adds up to real money. Turkey tussle, quarter toward full-time of a director, $90,000 for cameras. All these are worthwhile endeavors. But that's how we end up spending $350 million a year. And we are using $5 million of one-time money, mostly to the staff's credit, for one-time expenditures, although not entirely. And so when we look at the money we're going to be paying for increased compensation to our staff, because all of our contracts are now up, as we look forward, as we look at the tremendous increase in liabilities, payouts that we've encountered in the last year, as we look forward to the run-up of healthcare and workers' comp costs. Just last week, we entered into, probably I think $10 million worth of just worker compensation overhead costs over the next 5 years. At some point, we are going to come to the place, and I think we're at that place, where even things that we like, that we need, that we appreciate, that provide a valuable service are going to have to be left on the cutting room floor. And so I'm frankly queasy. Out of $350 million, it's really just a rounding error, but I'm queasy that we have spent every nickel that's available, including on using some one-time funding for ongoing expenses. I'm going to vote for the budget because I think it makes I think the staff has done a terrific job and we've all had input into it. But I think we need to be on clear notice that we can't afford to do this indefinitely, especially given the headwinds in the economy. I hope that this year will be, we'll not see a significant downturn, but with inflation running as strongly as it is, with all of our bargaining units coming to our community or sending us email, or coming to the dais or sending us emails, pushing for significant increases in their pay, because the inflation is hitting them in the pocketbooks. I think we're going to have a very difficult year. So I'm concerned about that. And the last thing, Mayor, is at housing, homelessness, and planning, it became clear that this fiscal year we have run out of vouchers for people who are out on the street. And I believe we have a long-standing, that well predates me, understanding that when that happens, or when we see that coming, it's the obligation of the Housing Department to bring that forward so we can examine whether we have funds, other funds to supplement that. That has not come before us. That is apparently not in the budget. And so these are the kind of things that, we've spent every dollar that's available for body-worn cameras, for health director salaries, et cetera. Well, where's the money come from for vouchers to get people off the street tonight who we have no place to put them tonight? There are families tonight who want to have a roof over their head. The bad weather shelter is not open. In the past, we've had vouchers available. We don't have those vouchers available now according to the staff. These are the kind of things where we leave no room for contingency. That's what causes me deep concern as we move forward.
Mr. Madison, followed by Mr. Jones, then Ms. Rivas, and Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. I too appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. I want to just dive in with a couple of questions and then a couple of comments or suggestions. I must confess, I don't recall the council discussing the termination of the contract for parking enforcement and moving that to new positions in-house. Was that something the council or only a committee has discussed to date?
We have Joaquin coming back into the.
Thank you.
Right now, I believe it was talked at MSC through the budget presentations, and there was some discussion about it. It was not something that was an enhancement at first that was put forward. It was one of those on the fence. And then based off of the discussion, it became something that the city manager's office were recommending that we move forward with, because essentially it would be cost neutral and we would have a lot better efficiencies in operations that the director can enumerate based off of that, if you'd like him to respond.
My question was just a very simple one. I hadn't heard that discussion at council yet. Am I correct about that?
That's correct, other than
Okay.
last week. It was brought up as one of the enhancements that was being recommended by the city manager.
Well,
Okay.
we have had discussions in the past about it.
Actually,
Yeah.
the last time the contract came up, I brought it up and suggested that we go back.
Yeah.
That was 4 years ago now, almost. The intercom contract came up.
It's been discussed in the context of, broadly in the context of, can we do things better internally, as well as, providing a better service, but as well as more efficiently. And this one specifically is one that's been raised in the past.
But there's a cost this year, Mr. Leclerc, Mr. Segas, of $700,000 that we're adding to the budget to do that. Did I read that correctly?
There is a one-time cost of $600,000 to
So the answer is
offset.
yes to my question.
Yes, 600,000 one time.
This year is not the year to do that. I'm not going to support that.
Let me just add a little piece of information. This is supposed to be cost neutral. It's supposed to be a front of money in order to get the operation up. And then it's supposed to, based off of the operations and the revenue that will come from the transition, it should be paying for itself. Am I correct?
That is correct. Actually, it will be the revenue generated by bringing parking enforcement in-house because of the efficiencies of having in-house staff, not having contract turnover, will actually increase the revenue so that we will.
I'll keep an open mind, but I'm not going to support that tonight. Our residents are not clamoring for more parking tickets. They're not clamoring for more parking enforcement. We need more police officers and firefighters in this community. That's what, we get so into the 200 people who come and speak to us at city council. We need to listen to what the community out there is saying. We had 262 police officers 16 years ago. And today we're hovering around 215. That is a massive cut to the number of police officers in our police department. I was told that recently we had 3 traffic officers, motorcycle officers, that were active duty. That is not tenable. We shouldn't be spending $600,000 to change a contract that's worked very well for years. We should spend that money on additional traffic officers. And I'm going to ask tonight that we amend the budget to add 4 additional police officer positions for traffic. My district, all of our districts are in the community at large, are being choked out by traffic in our community. And traffic patrol officers on motorcycles can do a lot more to that than some parking enforcement ticketing our residents. Similarly, we need more firefighter paramedics. In this recent class, we had 19 firefighter recruits. Only 3 are certified firefighter paramedics, as I understand. Now, if you just extend that to trucks, and you assume that would be 5 trucks, that would mean 2 of the 5 wouldn't have a firefighter paramedic on the truck. That's not tenable either. And obviously, if that's the ratio of our recruitment in the fire department, we're going to reach that point where we're going to have calls for service responded to without a firefighter paramedic. That's what the community needs. I recently, it wasn't a ride-along per se, it was just being part of a firefighting operation. And I was able to watch the call tracker that the command staff has, one of the battalion chiefs. One of the battalion chiefs that this council, and we should commend ourselves. Remember, we added battalion chiefs last year so that now we have an adequate number of battalion chiefs. We almost didn't do that. That was viewed, when I proposed that last year, there were some around the dais that reacted, well, why are you doing this at the last minute? And well, because it needs to be done, that's why. And we did it, and it's working out. But I was in the vehicle, and I watched these calls for service. And I mean, we know that 85 to 90% of our fire calls for service now are medical calls. But when you sit there and you watch them, it's chest pains, stroke, dizzy, passed out, stroke, cardiac event. I mean, it's just one after another. It just never stops. And we've got to ensure, so I'm going to propose that we have, that we provide training. I don't think we're not going to be able to do it from the limited number of firefighter paramedics that are out there and try to do more to recruit them. But what we can do is when we recruit them, we can send them to that training so that they get that advanced life-saving training, and we can ensure that we're providing our community with firefighter paramedics. And I'd welcome any reaction the staff has. I understand this is challenging in a time of financial headwinds, but budgeting economics is the science of human choice in a world with limited resources. We have to make hard choices among all of the needs that we have. For my money, this is where the most acute need is, ensuring that our community is clean and safe, and that we're promoting the high quality of life and the commerce that we have enjoyed for so long to continue to be a world-class city. I had one other question or comment, and that is, and Mr. Leclerc, I'm sorry, I really need your attention when I'm speaking, Mr. Leclerc, Mayor. When I did communicate today with Mr. Hawksworth about this, and so I apologize if you're caught short on this, but I did let him know that I was going to raise this. Do we have money for the Sister Cities program in this budget for this fiscal year?
I believe there's $15,000 that's for that partnership.
Yeah, so we had that same amount last year, and it was not accessed. It was allocated but never collected. And I'm quite sure the reason is that, unfortunately, our current Sister Cities organization is operating unlawfully. They've been suspended by the California Attorney General, and they're not permitted to operate lawfully. And yet they've continued to meet. They've purported to change their bylaws, change the way that they do business and all. I don't want to debate that again tonight. I think we need legal advice from the city attorney about what to do with that relationship. But that money was budgeted and allocated last year. It wasn't drawn down because of the unlawful nature of their operations. It would be highly problematic for them to request that funding. Believe me, they need the money if we're going to have a meaningful, vibrant sister city organization in Pasadena. But that should be stricken, and I would ask that we do that as well until we can sort out what the state of affairs is there and have a lawful sister city partner. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thanks, Mayor. And first, thanks to the staff for the presentations at the committee and all the hard work, and to my colleagues pushing through it. I'll just jump straight into my questions. And I agree with Councilmember Madison about the firefighter paramedics. I know during public safety, we heard a comment about sending 5 firefighters to paramedic schools instead of 4. I know the chiefs work really hard to increase it to 4. Did we look at sending 5 in this budget? Because I'd be supportive of that.
The number of paramedics went up one more to 3.
Yeah, I understand that, but sending it from 4 to 5, that's the public comment that we heard during public safety.
Do you want to know the dollar amount for that? I apologize.
Or did we look into that? Because that was one of the comments raised during public safety.
It wasn't asked for by the chief, so we did not move that forward at this time. We funded what the chief had provided us.
What would be the dollar amount for that?
Give me a second. Let me open up my computer and I'll give that to you.
And then I'll move on to the encampment resolution fund. That's only for residents living on state property, correct?
I would have to turn that over to the director on what the encampment is funding.
Hi. hear me? Okay. Jenny O'Reilly Jones, Housing Department. Oh, here we go. Jenny O'Reilly Jones, Housing Department. So that grant specifically was awarded to serve people who are living in encampments on the state right-of-way, specifically the freeway encampments. We have reached out to the state to see if we can expand the encampment list to non-state right-of-way properties, and they did get back to us actually just today or last week that is allowable.
Oh,
so
good.
we have a meeting scheduled on Wednesday with the port team and Union Station, who provides the housing navigation for those folks, to discuss which new sites are going to be incorporated for that grant.
Oh, so the port team is really the boots on the ground, I think, and they have identified in my opinion, being out there with them, they have identified locations, so they can have discretion to use some of those funds if they encounter unhoused residents that they frequent a lot, and then be able to provide the vouchers to them?
Not exactly. We have to, in advance, identify for the state the locations that are going to be served by the grant. And so, for instance, when we originally applied for the grant, I think there were 10 locations along the 210 and 134 freeway. And so we'll be adding to that list. We'll be expanding our encampment site list with, specific locations where multiple people congregate.
Do you already have the locations in mind that you're thinking of recommending to them this week?
No, because we just found out that we can go to areas that are not state right of way. And then I also just want to note that we have a second Encampment Resolution Fund grant that was awarded specifically for non-state right of way locations. So Port has been utilizing those funds for other properties.
What is the process for your recommendations of the sites? Because I've got to imagine that all of us know of sites in the district we represent that could potentially make best use of those funds. Would you plan to reach out to us, or would this be something internal that the city staff would focus on and with Port?
We will likely, we're certainly meeting with Port, as I mentioned, Union Station as well. And we'll likely pull data from our HMIS database that does map encampments. And so we can get a map of hot spots and look at different features to determine which sites might be added.
Now, maybe this is getting too much into the details, but I wonder if the committee could have a discussion on that, because I guess I just would want to ensure that there's significant sites in District 3 that I'm aware of that I would advocate to have included in that map. I'm not sure if I haven't seen this map, so I'm not sure if it's included there, and I've got to guess that there's other districts as well that has sites that they want to ensure are in that map as well. And then the next question was the additional resources for motel vouchers. During our committee, we've heard about one family, one individual who was looking for shelter. Do you plan to come back and ask us for additional resources for more motel vouchers outside of this ESG funding?
So first, I do just want to recognize that, the day after the committee meeting, we did work with Union Station to, for one of those individuals, provide with a motel resource. The other one, they were getting connected to the family system.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think it's important to recognize that it would cost probably close to $10 million to put everyone in a motel for a year. And so when we say that we're out of motel vouchers, we're going to be out of motel vouchers unless we have that, size investment. The other piece is that it's really important that our system is balanced. If we put everything into motel vouchers, people have nowhere to go. The beds never turn over, and everyone's still homeless. And so, with limited resources as we have, not just homeless services, but every city, we have to find the right balance so that not only are we serving as many people as we can, but that there's a throughput to permanent housing, which of course then resolves homelessness, but also creates turnover beds so we can serve, the most amount of people. So that's the other thing that we consider when making decisions about allocating funding. So to answer your question, do we have a plan to come back to ask for motel voucher money? At this time, there's no kind of set plan. We are at a point in time where our resources are about to change pretty drastically. We're anticipating pretty significant federal funding cuts, county funding cuts. We have state grants that are ending, other grants from the state that are being reduced. And so this year, we are going to be looking at all of our resources as a whole and making decisions about kind of how to rebalance our system with fewer resources. And so I think that's really the first step, is to do that assessment and that analysis before coming to ask for more resources for specific activities.
And I'll let Councilmember Hampton chime in, but I don't disagree with the resource question that you brought up, but my concern is that we heard about a family that came to the city looking for resources, children were involved, and we were unable to either help them directly or point them in the right direction to receive that help. And I think that at least to me is my concern, but Councilmember Hampton.
And I appreciate, this is one of the questions I was going to bring up. As far as the motel vouchers go, right around the pandemic, we had requested, when the housing director was a different director, Bill Wong, that to come back to us and let us know if there's more money needed or if we run out of hotel vouchers, just so that we know and we could try to figure out how to. I was surprised to hear that there were no more motel vouchers and then didn't come back to us as a whole city council. So even in a city manager memo, and so to Philip, I know you're here in an acting position right now, but to please relay that message to our city manager that we should know when we're out of hotel vouchers. And then to the point, and I'll leave it at this because I'm only supposed to be chimed in for 2 seconds. The point that that Union Station, Friends Indeed, et cetera, that people have to come to the council, right? They have to come here. They have to email me. They've gone to these organizations multiple times and received zero help. And then they email a council member, and next thing you know, they're getting the help. And they've been in these organizations for 8, 6. That's a problem. And we have organizations like Shepherd's Door that are doing the work, and they don't have any contractual agreements with us. I think we need to look at the organizations that we are supporting. I'm not saying that, I think all these organizations I mentioned do good work, but we receive issues, and next thing you know, everybody, if you have what it takes to help and support, then you should be doing that. It shouldn't have to come to a council member. Because there's got to be lots of folks that are just getting left over, and thanks for letting me chime in, brother.
Yeah.
If I could just chime in just for a moment about that topic. I know in the last HHPC committee meeting, there was a robust discussion about some of the issues that you just raised, and there was a commitment from the city manager's office and led by the other acting assistant city manager, Jennifer Page, to have more of a higher level frequency, maybe monthly, to talk about what the department or what the city's doing to help coordinate these kinds of issues so they don't come up to the city council. There are a lot of resources in our community. There are a lot of strings attached and different grant funds and so forth, and there should be a better process to manage through that, and there's a dedication to make that happen for next year.
The committee will take a very close look at all of the programs serving particularly the homeless community.
And I had another question.
Mr. Jones?
If Joaquin could return.
While he's doing that, Mr. Jones, would you consider moving to 6 on the firefighter paramedics from 5?
I heard 5 at public safety.
Before we get to that, let's finish discussion and then we can.
Well, I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, I'm open to it. I heard 5,
you.
but yeah, I'd have to hear the justification.
Okay.
To Director Seekes, first, I think obviously you do great work, but John and his team does great work in the parking division. My understanding is that parking enforcement, the contracted parking enforcement, will not go to certain locations in our city without the police.
There are some locations where parking enforcement, we coordinate with PD before we go into certain areas depending on the activity that's occurring.
So coordinate or will not go there without the police?
We have asked for escorts at certain locations, and that comes back to kind of the safety of the officers. And when we talk about body-worn cameras and things like that, it's we've had parking enforcement officers or representatives that have been physically assaulted in the past. So at locations where we've anticipate that there may be some conflict, we do request escorts for parking enforcement.
And then this is the contractors. So if we bring on internal staff, it'd be the same process, that to go to certain locations to issue these citations for double parking or parking in the red, they would require a police escort.
It would depend on the situation and if there's been any instances of violence, but it's something that we would determine internally through a discussion of our practices.
And you think a body-worn camera would, deter that? Or, because, obviously there's certain locations in our city that the residents that I represent are asking for more parking enforcement or even, a traffic officer. And I think at the end of the day, they just want citations. They want their street to be clear and there's not double parking, there's not parking in a red. And that's what I would be supportive of, any method to alleviate that. And so is the body-worn cameras the answer? Is it more traffic officers? In your opinion?
I think they're all part of the solution. What we have is that as we look at the issues that are arising on certain streets or in different areas, we have to look at really what we're trying to solve. And parking enforcement is there to cite vehicles for being parked illegally or violating some kind of a parking rule. We don't cite people, we cite the vehicles. However, if there's somebody in the vehicle, the first thing we'll do is we'll ask them to move instead of just writing a citation, because that just creates more conflict. So that's where something like a body-worn camera comes into play, as we're having this engagement with the public and asking them to move. We can also record that instance and as part of our de-escalation techniques, let them know that this is being recorded as well.
So they would go to those locations that right now are requiring a police escort, or is it a better practice that the police just are the ones issuing citations at these certain locations that you're saying?
Again, it depends on the activity. If we're looking at parking enforcement for somebody staying over a limit of time or something that's easily enforceable by parking enforcement officer, that's something that we could definitely do. If we're trying to change social behavior by using parking enforcement as that tool, I don't know if that's the right approach. And we've been coordinating with a number of different interdepartmentally
departments,
to try to address those needs.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Rivas, followed by Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, I'm glad Joaquin is here. I don't know that I have any questions, but it's a recurring theme in my district, and it sounds like also in Councilmember Jones's district. I think because we are in the most densely populated districts in the city, parking enforcement is a real need. And there is an appetite and an eagerness for more parking enforcement. I hear it from residents across my district, especially in and around Villa Park, up and down North Lake, as those businesses, are right up against residential neighborhoods. So there's a strong need for sure, certainly I think in the middle of the city and in my neighborhoods for more parking enforcement. So I'm supportive of this shift towards bringing those folks in-house to be more efficient and I would hope ultimately to expand, to have more coverage across the city and especially in the areas where we need it most. So I'm supportive of the current proposal. And I'm supportive of what's before us tonight, what staff has presented. I'm not opposed to considering any of these last-minute adjustments. I think they are all worthy of our consideration. I just think it's unfair to put staff in this position where, find $250,000 to fund, a couple more positions. I just don't feel like that's the best way to make policy. So I'm not opposed to having these discussions about adding more positions that are ones that we've wanted for our longstanding needs and desires of departments and this council. I just don't think it's the best strategy to do that tonight. So I'm supportive of what's before us at the moment, and I'm supportive of continuing those discussions if we want to set a date certain to talk about the paramedic positions in 30 days, 60 days. I think that makes a lot of sense, but I think it's really unfair to staff and just the process in general to try to figure out how to fund that right now. So that's where are my thoughts, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the staff for all their hard work on this budget. It's been a long process and a lot of conversation. And I certainly support the funding for Port and the year-round homeless shelter. So my question is, what is going to happen with future funding for Port and for the homeless shelter, year-round homeless shelter?
Very good question. The first part is about Port. So what's presented in front of you tonight is one-time funding for this coming year of Port, but we're still going to have a similar problem next year. So we're still actively looking for new grant opportunities, and we'll come back to the council sometime in the future if we can find some long-term funding to keep them going. But we have heard, quite expressively during committees that we are trying to find a way to make it a sustainable and an ongoing funding process. When it comes towards the homeless shelter, what's before you tonight is that recommendation of a first seed funding towards working on that work plan. And then as we come up year over year, whether we're looking for grants again or there's new revenue opportunities over this year, we will bring those opportunities back to council for either a continued investment or potentially one time in next year's future budget as well. So all this to say is there is no locked-in future funding mechanism at this point in time. These are all one-time funds, but we hope to bring back as the economy changes, as other revenue ideas that have been surfaced as a part of this budget process, we start to investigate and we can see where we end up.
Okay, good. And I think we're doing a good job protecting our communities, and I'm a strong supporter in protecting our communities. And I certainly support what Mr. Madison said about public safety and making sure that we have enough funding for our officers and our firefighters. So, Councilmember Madison, I support you on that. And you haven't come, this is nothing new with you. You've been saying this for years, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I thank you for all the work on the budget. And I want to just revisit the 5 budget priorities, because when we started, obviously, we were far away from moving toward the priorities. And I do, as I think I said last week, I do very much appreciate the work on moving toward the priorities. We still have a ways to go, so I'm taking you at your word that we're going to get back potentially some major shifts on the budget in the next couple of months to the tune of a few $1 million, I gather. The road priority was more than, it was thinking about mobility holistically and investing in that across the board. We did an okay job with that. Certainly, we're not there with the road conditions budget, so we still need more in the public works budget. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Madison, that we need greater traffic enforcement. I'm not convinced that we need more officers to do that. We have a historically low major crime rate in this city. We continue to. I think it's about a reallocation of resources, or it may be. And I've asked to have that conversation at the council level. But certainly we need more traffic enforcement and safety enforcement. I also do support bringing the parking function in-house. I heard my friend, the vice mayor, mention that her district or Councilmember Jones is the most densely populated. In fact, the most densely populated district in the city and the smallest geographically is District 7. And the parking enforcement is a major issue in all of the multifamily part of the central district. So I do support bringing that function in-house and doing whatever we need to do to make it safe. I appreciate the $2 million that we've managed to set aside for the homeless shelter. That is a beginning. Obviously, we need more, but what we were looking for this year was enough funding to begin the work of citing and figuring out the funding. And I think this is adequate to do that, but I want to hold that money sacrosanct and not move it anywhere else. We didn't make a great investment in the economic development and placemaking function in this budget. That work is still to be done. And so I'm hoping in this $3 million that's coming back, we'll see more attention to that. And we also ultimately haven't made a big move on fire infrastructure. So we're waiting to hear back about whether a ballot measure is going to be recommended, but we're getting late in the year to do it. And so I don't know that that's happening, but so we may or may not have met that priority. We still need work on that. And then we finally did do an okay job, I think, in investing in the goal of becoming 100% carbon free by 2030. We're certainly on the way. We still have substantially more investment to do there over the next couple of years, but this year we're making a start on municipal solar and on incentivizing solar on other properties. So I'm satisfied with that, but I do very much expect to see back a revised budget, hopefully making more movement on this within the first quarter of the fiscal year. And lastly, I also would support adding one additional trainee slot for the firefighter EMTs. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let me, sure.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to make it clear, I hear my colleagues about their frustration around parking citations, and my goal for the residents I represent, I'm not trying to cite people who attend parks. I want to keep our parks active. I'm not trying to cite the residents that live in our city and live in densely populated areas. What I am trying to address is negative activity that is occurring on streets that Joaquin has said that city staff will not go to. And so we're trying to address folks smoking in the middle of the street, double parking. So that is my frustration, and whatever recommendations the city staff can provide that's going to help address that, I am fully supportive of. But I'm not supportive of citing our residents, of preventing them from using their park, of preventing them from parking on their street. Because also there's densely populated areas in District 3 that there's not enough parking at their facility, so then they end up having to park on the street, and then they accumulate more citations, and they can't afford to pay those citations, so then you just put them in a ever-ending cycle of being in debt, of not being able to pay off their citations. So to me, it's like there's two different issues there, and I just want to make sure that, at least from my focus, it's to address the negative activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of police officers, I've argued for more police officers for a number of years, but I do want to correct the record because I think it's important that the public have accurate information. We don't have 215 police officers. We have 240 budgeted police officer positions right now. And there are 235 police officers in the police department right now, not 215.
We have 215 FTEs and we overhire. We're both right, Mr. Mayor.
No, the overhire is not, the overhire is 10 positions. It's not, I pushed for those, or maybe fewer than 10 positions.
Maybe staff could tell us what the FTEs are for police officers.
Yeah. Well,
we'll look into that actual number. I do know that the numbers that that the mayor just repeated are correct. Of the overhiring situation, I'll have to look into that and I'll get back to you in just a few
The
moments.
the overhire got us to the 240, but it's fewer than 10 positions. I recall when we pressed for that, and we did two things. One, we said let's not take positions out of the budget. At that time, what we did was we defunded positions because we needed to budgetarily, but we kept the positions in place and then refunded them as we could. And then we also gave the chief at the time the authority to overhire beyond budgeted positions to address vacant positions as they became available. In terms of parking enforcement, yeah, that's, parking enforcement, if you're fortunate enough to live in some parts of our city, well, everyone's got the space to put their cars in their driveway and garages, and it's not as much of an issue. But for others, I would say to you, the majority of the city, it is an issue. People need vehicles and they need a place to park them. But then there's the flip side. When you have too many vehicles on a street, as Mr. Jones points out, it's not only a issue of inconvenience, but it's a public safety issue. Because things go on even in cars. The police department also has a more complicated job of patrolling the streets because the cars are on the street. It's just difficult to see what's happening entirely on that street. And then the third issue is it's an issue of cleanliness. When people park their cars on the street, it becomes more complicated to clean the street because, you see the street sweeper sometimes go down the middle of the street and you think, well, what are they cleaning? They should be cleaned aside. But because there are vehicles parked on the street, some of our city streets don't get the cleanliness attention that they should. And so that for all those reasons, because bringing parking enforcement in-house actually will allow us to be in control of the system. Right now, the contract with our outside vendor is based on number of hours. Am I correct about that?
Yes, the contract is based off the number of hours that the city pays for their services.
So we're basically paying an hourly rate. Doesn't take into account, I believe, enough the need to provide targeted services, for example, in some parts of our city, including the business districts. The business districts often want to see more parking enforcement so that they get the turnover that they need. The fixed number of hours model and the outside service providers model doesn't work. And then the quality of the service, the interaction between, someone who isn't as connected to the city, they're part of a contractor and they rotate jobs all the time. You don't get the level of service that our residents deserve. And having city employees come in and provide that service, I would say to you, would put us in a much better position to provide the quality of service that our residents deserve. And then there's, the job opportunity, good paying jobs for residents of the city. And then finally, it's revenue neutral. And sure, sometimes you have to put a little bit of money in up front, but I would say that because it's net revenue neutral, it's not, if we don't do it, it's not a savings. So given it's revenue neutral and given it gives us control, allows us to set priorities and provide a better service to residents, I'm prepared to support the staff's recommendation. With regard to fire, Chief, on the one position, it's revenue neutral, right?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chad Augustine Fire.
The inspector.
The inspector position is, we actually, I believe that it'll probably be a 2-to-1, but at a minimum, it'll be revenue neutral after the first year.
2-to-1, that's great. And the analysis, did it look at both positions, at two positions or one?
Just one. So the recommendation for adding one more is also because we're doing some internal efficiencies of how we're delegating workload, as well as what I mentioned last week, the self-attestation for some of our re-inspections. That's going to save us about 600 re-inspections out of the about 1,500 we do annually. And so that's a big chunk of a part of a position also. So we have about 3,000 buildings that we're still not getting into each year. I think between adding an additional inspector and the efficiencies, we're going to make a big headways towards that 3,000.
And so if we said to you, look, we'd like to get through that 3,000 because it's a safety issue for the public and for residents if we're not inspecting buildings. And we want to provide it, and it's a service to property owners as well. If we said to you, we'd like you to have two positions, do you think both of those positions would be, one, are they needed, and two, would both be revenue neutral? I think on the need, it's pretty clear.
The need is there, and will they both be revenue neutral? Yes, because we have multiple thousands of buildings that we're currently not inspecting. And so my conservative approach last week was just come back and say, hey, we recommend one and allow us to reevaluate. But if you say, hey, in a year from now, we want you to have inspected every building in the city, then I would say we probably need to. We could do either way. We could do one and come back and evaluate, or you could say, hey, we recommend that you add 2 inspectors, and then through attrition, we're going to find out if we have the right amount. But we are, as we grow as a city, the number of inspections continue to go up.
Absolutely. But this, I think, goes to Ms. Rivas's point, and I think it's a very good point that, it's unfair to put our staff, you and the finance staff in a position of, the last minute saying, let's do this. I think we can do better. I think we can be deliberate and methodical about our budgeting. And so I would support going forward with the parking enforcement, and then asking you, Chief, to analyze, go forward supporting one inspector, and then ask you to come back. How long would it take you to conduct an analysis?
I think we could come back at mid-year with an update of the progress that we're making. There is some lag time of hiring a new inspector. Right. We do have an existing eligibility list, which is great. So we'll be able to make that addition relatively quickly. And then the training, it does take a few months, but we would see by the end of the year, we would start to, into the calendar year, we would see very marked improvements.
And that's what I'm looking for. And I would say to you, that's what my colleagues are looking for. And so, taking into account the lag time, I think it would be a prudent approach if the council supports it to say, let's move forward with funding the one, and then giving you direction to commence the process to bring on the second before the end of the year, in a thoughtful, methodical process that allows you to take into account the changes that you're making in the department. And make all the proverbial pieces of the puzzle fit as they should.
That sounds great. Happy to take that direction.
Great, and I think that brings us to the two that you're looking for, but does so in I think meeting the comments, the spirit of the comments made by Ms. Rivas. Okay. Yes, and Mr. Leclerc, you had a couple of clarifications?
Yes, I did, and our Director of Finance may as well. I just wanted to touch base on two things that have been brought up just that we were getting information. One was about police, sworn police officer counts. And the best information we have is what the mayor has said, which is there's currently 235 sworn officers with, in the budget, 240, which are authorized. In addition to that, there is up to 10 unfunded positions, which they can start to hire sooner when there's retirements coming and so forth. And the chief was able to get back to us to provide this information, and apologizes he's not here right now, but he will provide a better and a more explanation of exactly where they are today, but it does move a bit as retirements or people do move around. That was one thing. And then the second thing I wanted to follow up on was a comment by Councilmember Jason Line. This has to do with starting to talk about revenue. And I just wanted to remind the council and anyone who's watching is that we do plan to come back to Finance Committee next Monday before council to start beginning that discussion based off of where we left off with last week. And that will look at some of the revenue measures that may be available over the next few months, but also beyond, looking at the different election cycles and the different kinds of measures that could potentially be researched or considered by the council and discussed and receiving public comment from the community as well.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm sorry, did you have something?
Mayor, I just want to know if you would like Chief Augustine to speak on the paramedic and the cost of having additional paramedics in training.
Oh.
Councilmember Madison, to your specific question, I believe it was you. The cost of sending one firefighter EMT to paramedic school, it's $136,500. That's $125,000 for the backfill and $11,500 for the cost of the tuition. We currently have 12 vacancies at the firefighter paramedic rank. The question was asked, we're budgeted for 3, why we only asked for 1 additional. As we came into this budget season, we were looking at budget deficits, and so I thought making an additional request for 1 enhancement might even be a struggle, but we are constantly chasing our firefighter paramedics. With 12 vacancies right now, we had a 97% firefighter EMT to 3% firefighter paramedic ratio for this last recruitment. That's how short all of California is on the paramedics. We also have a current eligibility list for fire captain coming up. 7 out of the 13 that are taking the test are firefighter paramedics, and we have 2 firefighter paramedics on an engineer list. So while we're going to be graduating 3 paramedics from paramedic school here in the next 2 months, which we're thrilled about, we're constantly chasing that number because that's also how we promote from within.
Absolutely, and I think there's a solution to that. I mean, I absolutely believe that we should have maximum paramedic deployment. The budget savings for the vacant positions, I mean, we could allocate the budgets or a portion of the budget savings from the vacant positions to fund, at least on a one-time year-to-year basis, the second paramedic training, and then ask the staff to look at long-term funding for that position. Am I correct about that?
Partially, and again, I'll really defer to the chief, but there's backfilling. So when you have vacancies, you don't actually generate the savings in minimum staffing.
But, well, the theory would be if we fill one of the positions permanently, then that alleviates some of the backfilling.
It's almost a 1-to-1.
Yeah.
We're really, our budget, we're going to be basically spending every dollar. Where I would look to is, I believe we're going to, this current fiscal year as well as next fiscal year, exceed our cost recovery efforts for our EMS billing and revenues. And so that might be an option too if you say, hey, where could we find one-time dollars?
And so, Chief, what would be I mean, would you like an opportunity to come back to us, say in the next month or two, because there is a lag time for that as well? Or what's the timeline for sending a second paramedic to training?
So currently we send 3 a year, and we can do 3 in one class.
I mean, an additional 2.
So going from 3 to 4 and then to 5, we would probably split that over 2 classes. We use UCLA as our paramedic program, and they have 3 classes a year. So we could do, as an example, we would send 3 in January and then 2 more in the spring class. And so we have a little bit of time. We could either do a fall class or a January class and a spring class.
Okay.
But we've had significant interest from our members also.
Great. And so, I would support moving forward with the one right now that we know we can get, and then have you come back to us in a way that's timely to be able to go to 5 for that January class, if you think that's appropriate.
Deal. Happy to take that direction also.
Okay. And again, I think that gives us I think that's an appropriate process for the budget. I think those are the points that I wanted to cover. Thank you. Okay.
I'm in the queue, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Madison?
Thank you very much. I want to just share that I did check, and I did make a mistake on the FTEs. The FTE, although I'm at a loss why staff can't provide us with those numbers, but I found them. And the number that I had in mind is we currently have 215 FTEs in the police department for police officers, corporals, and sergeants. Of those, 213 are filled. We do have additional sworn personnel in the police department, which is how we get, I think, to the number that we're at now, which is around 235, which is a combination of overhires and lieutenants and command staff. Yeah. So, and I'm reading from a memo that we've all been provided that lays that out.
Yeah, I stand by the staff's, but we can clarify it. I recall that
I'm reading the staff's report.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah. If there's another report, I'd love to see it.
Well, I think it's in the budget. If we just,
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, but we can have clarification, but it's 239, 240, and then the 10 overhires we put in there. And the rationale for making them overhires versus budgeted is we didn't have the dollars, but in order to have a police officer hired, or a position created, you have to adopt an ordinance. And so in order to avoid the ordinance, we created the positions as overhires so we can fund them quickly if we have the dollars to do so. But we'll let the staff.
Yeah, I'm not sure we disagree, Mayor, respectfully. I'd love to, if the staff has a different number, then that would raise other questions about why our reports contain that information. 215 FTEs at the officer, corporal, and sergeant, recognizing that there are additional FTEs in the lieutenant and command staff, and then the others that we've talked about. It's still not enough. I mean, we're sort of kicking on an open door here because we were at 262 in about 2010. So it's a significant reduction. Pardon?
Leaving out command staff?
No, that's total.
Yeah, that was in the early 2000s, yeah.
Pardon me?
I was in the early 2000s when we had, when Chief
I think it
Lickett
was as
here.
late as 2010, Mayor, but we need not quibble. We're a smaller police department today, even though we're a more challenging policing
question.
city, you know.
I
think, and I hear my colleagues' comments about the need for parking enforcement. I think, again, at this point, and I don't agree that it's the last minute. This is when we adopt the budget. You know, I mean, to say it's the last minute would suggest that in some other place or time, we've decided the budget. We haven't. Now's the time to do this. And for me, I would make a higher priority the need to get more traffic officers on the street. And I haven't heard that the report that I got was wrong, that we only had 3 recently active. I'm sure we had more on paper, but with leave and what have you, I would elevate that as a way of solving the problems that I'm hearing about in terms of both parking and illegal activity.
Yeah.
But I hear my colleagues loud and clear on that. If we're down 12 vacancies on firefighter paramedics, I really don't understand why we wouldn't go to the 6th at least. And I think the chief is being a team player, as he always is, in the context of a challenging budget year. But I think that is a higher priority for me, especially with the relatively minimal cost of about $150,000, it sounded like, to train one of our recruits to be that firefighter paramedic. Because I'm not hearing that it's not a potential risk that we're not going to have a firefighter paramedic on every truck, on every call. I think that is a risk. And I would say, even if it's a captain, the captains are on those calls too. So, I mean, that captain can participate in advanced lifesaver. You know, the other thing is we've only got one hospital in town, and my sense is that Huntington isn't on divert status as much as they used to be for whatever reason. But when they are, you know, that presence of a firefighter paramedic, it becomes even more essential because you're talking about a longer transport time to neighboring city for the hunt. The only other thing, and I apologize to my colleagues because I neglected to ask this the first time around, on the public health piece, the question about reallocating from the health officer to the health officer from the nurse, I would just want staff to kick the tires on whether there are implications under Measure ER for that. Because remember, our funding from the county under Measure ER, which looks like it's going to pass, it has passed basically. It's still a fraction of what we're going to pay down to the county in terms of the sales tax. Karen, we had that conversation at Ledge Policy. But I would just make sure that we're not doing anything that unintended consequences, that we would reduce our allocation of Measure ER money by making that. To me, the nurse director sounds more like direct service, which is what the county formula will be based on, than health officer. So if you could just, I don't want to hold up the process on that, but.
For sure, look into that. I think there's a lot of unknowns there because we're not exactly sure what the formula is. We know what the formula we believe is supposed to be, but now that when the dust settles, I think we'll finally find out what the county is really willing to commit.
That'll be very important, Philip, thank you. And that's also, we've had some bad experiences with Measure A in that regard. So I think, burn me once type thing. And then on the paramedics, Mayor, if there's a consensus to go to 5, but look to come back for a 6th, I could definitely support that. That's what we did with the battalion chiefs, recall, although I think it was a skosh more definitive when we actually adopted the budget, that we were doing, if I recall, one more right then, but there was a firm commitment to allocate funding for the 2nd after, I think, the 1st of the calendar year, as opposed to the.
Yeah, we split it.
Yeah, would you be amenable to that, Mayor, supporting that?
Let's finish with the discussion.
And I don't know if that works, by the way. With a battalion chief, the chief has sort of more discretion over that. I'm not sure with the way our recruiting classes come through if that would work.
I think there were an agreement that the chief would come back to us and we would say to him, let's go ahead and get the process going, and then come back to us. I heard him say mid-year for approval of the position, but we would give the direction to go forward.
Yeah, I would prefer that it be a little more definitive because this is the time to adopt the budget.
Yeah.
We don't often amend our budget in that manner, so.
Well, every year.
Oh, we have lots of amendments to the budget, but not to pursue an initiative that we knew we should be pursuing when we adopted the budget.
No, but what I'm suggesting is that we pursue it and then have them come back at the mid-year, if not before, whenever he's ready to go forward with it.
Well, we know what the cost is, so if you're saying that we can fund it as of mid-year for that 6th position, I'm totally supportive.
Yeah. So we'll let the chief tell us. In terms of the police officers, yeah, we certainly want clarity, but I think I'm pretty confident it's in the police chief has confirmed tonight, and so he is telling us that there are 240 positions. That's what I'm hearing from Mr. Leclerc, budgeted. I think the discrepancy, Mr. Madison, may be in the number of positions that are filled, the FTEs that are filled, and that we have active, because we have, at any given time, we have a number of positions that for various reasons, or officers, I should say, who for various reasons may be on some sort of leave, or maybe maybe on some sort of leave, medical or otherwise. And I think that's what the discrepancy is. But let's move on. With that, public comment?
We have approximately 7 public speakers. I'm going to go ahead and call the first few. If you can please line up, I greatly appreciate it. Lawrence Todd, Rafi B., Yadi, Humaida, and Brett Newton.
I'm Rafi B.
Okay, sir, you're next. Come on. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone. I'm Rafi Bachakjian, president of Pasadena Firefighters. I also want to thank the community here that always shows a lot of love and support, and it's an honor and a privilege to serve this community. What I'd like to address is a friendly amendment or consideration of sending, instead of 4 to 5 of our firefighters to paramedic school. The chief has done an incredible job with the morale, forecasting the needs of this department. And I want to commend him for that and always having and supporting us. So just to paint a bigger picture, I was at public safety and I made the comment and recommendation. I was talking about the numbers and the recruitment and the issues that we're having. It's not just here, it's statewide. When I go to our district meetings with the California Professional Firefighters, I'm in District 2 that represents 42 different departments in our region. Every one of them is having this issue right now. And what I don't want to happen is continuously chasing paramedics and trying to find the right paramedics that work for the city. And as aggressive as our paramedics are in the service that we provide, I want to maintain that. And my concerns are that in the future, especially with the capital improvement plan coming up, not being able to maintain that promise to the citizens here and having a paramedic on every apparatus. That includes the ladder truck, the engine, and obviously the ambulances that have 2 firefighter paramedics. So I would really like council to consider definitely sending, it's a long process to have them become paramedics. So please consider it. It's definitely needed. Thank you very much.
Rafi, on the
Yes, sir.
on the process of going forward with one and then saying to the chief, come back to us and let's get the process going for 2, and I would ask that the council confirm that we're going to 2 as well. What do you think of that process?
I would definitely, 5 is definitely what would be needed and necessary. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So chief recommended 4. Me being able to talk to the firefighters in operation, the paramedics that talk to me, and some of them considering leaving to bigger departments or other departments that are poaching from the smaller departments is what's concerning me. And I want to give them that relief and let them know that it's coming and give them a definitive answer that we will be sending 5. You have relief coming and the help is going to be there.
Right. Then that's the goal. And so
Yes.
giving the chief the flexibility to do that is what I'm.
And that's 2 more than our current.
Right. Right. Okay, good. Thank you. And thank you again for your service and that of all 809 members.
Thank you very much.
Bert Newton, followed by Sam Burt and Sandra Burt. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to address income for the city since that's a problem. I did make a mistake last week at when I made public comment here at the City Council. If the Howard Jarvis proposition passes, it will categorically eliminate transfer taxes except the bare minimum. But we can still pursue, at this point, vacancy tax. It would, even under current law, if you use it for a special purpose, it would have to be passed by 2/3. But as I said last week, Measure EE passed by 2/3, and that taxes every homeowner in the city. And this would tax a very small set of wealthy interests. So I think we should do that. Berkeley, which is a little smaller than us, is raising $2 to $4 million a year with that. Also, I'm hoping the city can take a strong stand against the Howard Jarvis proposition. If passed, it will eliminate billions of dollars of local funding across the state for housing, homelessness, schools, wildfire prevention, infrastructure, and public safety. And this is according to the California Legislative Analyst Office. It will affect Pasadena, and also what happens in other cities affects us. And if it fails, and hopefully it will fail, then we should pursue a transfer tax. We don't have to do it like LA did it. We can do it differently. a lot of cities have had transfer taxes. They or have transfer taxes above the bare minimum, and they structure it in different ways. And for all its drawbacks, LA has over 3 years raised $1 billion from their transfer tax for affordable housing. So anyway, so I think we should do that, and those things are in our housing element. Thank you.
Thank you.
Virtually, we have Sam Burnt and Sandra Burnt.
Ms. Burnt?
Hello.
Oh, Sam first. Mr. Burnt, go ahead.
Thanks. Hey, this is Sam Burnt. I strongly support Pasadena Water and Power's ability and requirement to transfer funds to the city's general fund to support city services. This is a major benefit in owning our own municipal utility and a model that the city should consider for other services as well. That said, we have not yet heard from PWP as to how they plan to fund the 20 megawatts of municipal solar that is required by the optimized strategic plan to achieve the city's goal of 100% carbon-free electricity by 2030. This was a request a couple of months ago by Councilmember Cole. The amount of this transfer to the general fund is almost a third of the capital necessary to fully fund the 20 megawatts of solar, and could be the sole source of funding needed if appropriated over the coming years. As suggested by Councilmember Lyon and seconded by Councilmember Cole at a previous meeting, the cost of these installations can be significantly reduced by having the project's construction and maintenance staffed in-house, and this provides an opportunity for the retention and retraining of the current unionized workforce of Pasadena's energy future. It'd be great to hear if PWP has made progress in this regard. Further, I want to raise that we are over 6 months past the adoption of the optimized strategic plan and have yet to receive a promised quarterly update. We cannot let these opportunities for accountability continue to slip through the cracks. And so we urge the City Council demand accountability and transparency from PWP and how they will be funding, acquiring, and placing the 20 megawatts of solar, and request their promised quarterly update on the optimized strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on the item is Sandra. Sandra, you can begin.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank staff for coming up with the $2 million as the initial funding for the year-round shelter. But I couldn't believe what I was hearing tonight about this 11th hour request for more police officers. It's not only misguided, but it's totally not factually supported, and it ignores the correspondence and public comments that's been given all during these deliberations on the budget. In response to my, as you know, in response to my PRA request for documents showing calls for service related to our unhoused residents, I received an 847-page spreadsheet covering 19 months of calls for service for transients, totaling over 11,800 calls for service. While both PPHD and Housing Department are severely underfunded from city-generated sources, PPD's general fund appropriations have increased by over $10 million over last year's adopted budget, with a nearly $10 million increase in personnel costs. The year after year steep increases in PPD salary, pension, and liability costs are unsustainable. Cost savings could be achieved by decreasing the number of PPD officers while maintaining public safety in our city. In just the first 6 months of fiscal year 2025, documents produced by PPD in response to my PRA request show over 4,100 calls for service listed as transient, and the cleared by, i.e. the disposition column of a very lengthy spreadsheet, over 4,000 of those calls for service were listed as no further action needed or resolved, the majority, gone on arrival, canceled, and unable to locate, instead of incurring the huge expense of response for calls for service related to unhoused individuals, provide housing for them in the first place. Moreover, these calls for service may not need responses by uniformed police officers.
Ms. Burnt, your time has concluded. Thank you. That concludes the final speaker on this item. I'd like to report out that the City Clerk's Office received 13 letters advocating for the City Council to continue to support the turkey tussle. and one letter advocating for a vacancy tax and the city to oppose the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association proposition. Thank you.
Okay, and so we have the,
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
moved and seconded, roll call?
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes. In terms of the outstanding questions on police officers and also fire department personnel, I do think, there's no question that we need more patrol officers, that we need more traffic enforcement. So I am supportive, as I have been for some time, of pursuing that. But I would say, let's ask the police chief, just like we're asking the fire chief, or I'm suggesting we ask the fire chief to come back to us with a solid proposal to do that. Given the status of our budget, I think that's the prudent approach. Mr. Cole? Oh, before we get to that, actually.
Yeah, I wanted to just mention
Mr. Leclerc.
there has been some discussion about some potential adds into this final budget, and there's been there's some consensus, maybe in some areas, but I wanted to just bring up the fact that we are intending to, wanting to have a balanced budget that we're going to be approving tonight. And interim city manager Matt Hawksworth wanted me to mention that if we do add any other additional programming or one-time sources of one-time things, that we need to look at some corresponding cuts in some of the other areas that we have presented, particularly likely in the enhancement requests. And that to be said too is that some of the things that we're talking about, which are positions, on which we may be able to move around some budget items to make those things happen. We do have to keep in mind that positions are mostly ongoing, and we have to know that in next year's budget we have dug a little bit of a bigger hole that we're going to have to deal with. So I just wanted to put it out there, and we can talk that through further as you continue to deliberate.
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Mr. Cole?
I'll be brief. As I said at the outset, I was prepared to support this budget, and I am, but I remain queasy about allocating every single dollar, which this budget does. We add one more dollar, and we are either have to find the dollar in offsetting cuts, or we have to draw on our reserves, or we have to make up revenue that doesn't exist, which is what other cities sometimes do and regret it down the road. So I'm prepared. It's not a perfect budget. I wouldn't even argue it's a satisfactory budget, because I think we have to come back and revisit it on some of these issues. And I think all of us have raised legitimate concerns. But I'm prepared to offer this budget because it's a balanced budget that we've worked on now for 2.5 months. I take Mr. Madison's point that this is the time. And yes, we do have the legal authority to amend the budget at this point. But we've also had a process beginning in December to identify priorities that we've been through various council committees, including the Public Safety Committee. And now we're here and we have a balanced budget. It's not perfect, but I'm prepared to support it. So I will move that we adopt the staff recommendation.
Second, but we have to vote in
There's some
sections.
scripts I need to announce. We're going to separate, we have segments. Segments for the budget.
Before we get to the segments, in terms of police and fire, we do, and it's important that our employees understand that, one of the reasons Pasadena has been so well managed and we aren't in the position that other governmental agencies find themselves in is that, again, we're thoughtful, we want to do the right thing and have the level of service that our employees want to provide and that our residents deserve. But we want to do it in a thoughtful, methodical way. So in that spirit, I do think there's a need for more officers. I do think we need the full complement of staffing in the fire department, as the chief has outlined. He is being a bit frugal with the resources, and we appreciate that, but we want to give the chief the flexibility to provide the level of service that our residents need and deserve. And we are a growing, I've argued over and over, Pasadena is not the city that it was, 20, 30 years, 10 years ago. And, now, given the level of development that's being imposed upon us in Pasadena by the state, we need to get ahead of the curve. But also, particularly on public safety, these more dense, taller buildings are going to have more people in them. And it's going to take more time for one run for a firefighter who has to take the steps because they can't take the elevator to come to the assistance of someone in these buildings. Not by choice. The state's certainly imposing that with the assistance of some on Pasadena. Importantly, we also have the Olympics coming to town. Let me assure you, if we don't have the level of staffing increases that that are being suggested now, we're going to have them when the Olympics are here, and as they get closer. And so I would prefer to say, let's take the action now and be ready, so that the people that we bring on to the department, be they in patrol or in the fire department in inspections or paramedics, that they be ready and trained not that they be in training as the Olympics are approaching and are here. And so I would ask Mr. Cole that we go forward with your motion to adopt the budget, but add on there that the direction to the fire chief and the police chief and the city manager to come back to us with a plan to fully fund and implement the paramedic and inspector positions as no later than mid-year. If we can see it, if we can have it beforehand, that'd be great. But certainly no later than mid-year. And that we also ask the fire chief and police chief to come back to us with anticipated needs as the Olympics approach Pasadena, and as we prepare to host the world in Pasadena. I think there are going to be some tremendous push on the part of there will be a tremendous need to increase, if not just service, staffing. Some of it will be overtime. Some of it will be partnering with the sheriffs, LAPD, federal agencies. I don't know what other departments. And some will be staffing needs that we need here in Pasadena. So with that, Mr. Madison, sorry.
I want to make sure Mr. Hampton had concluded his, because he seconded, and then you're good. Okay. All right.
We
do have to segment the discussion.
Right.
When we get to the votes,
but on the police department and fire department, Mr. Cole, are you okay with that direction?
I certainly am sympathetic to that issue. I think we already have said, and I would incorporate it into the larger question of not just what we're going to spend more money on, but how we're going to save money in order to afford these things. I think what we've said to the city manager, based upon our direction in December, is to come back not next year, but over the next several months to reopen the budget discussions on our priorities. And I would include the ones that you and Mr. Madison and others have mentioned as part of that discussion. But I don't think it's just those two things. I think it's the reality that we have expectations of adding without expectations of subtracting.
No, and so I would say to you, what I'm suggesting takes that into account. I mean, we do have a print shop in City Hall, but we're not going to print money anytime soon. And so implicit in the direction that I'm suggesting is that they come back to us not just with a request to staff up, but a way to fund it. And that's why I've included not just the fire chief and the police chief, but the city manager as well, and the finance director, and anyone else who has a responsibility. Now, if they come back to us and it's not satisfactory in terms of, you know, we can't pay for it, we don't have the funding, or if they come back to us and say we can't find the funding, then, you know, the burden shifts to us to find the funding. But I do think that's slightly different, Mr. Cole, because it's, you know, I agree with you on the broader discussion, that should occur. But this is a little bit different in that they're coming back to us with actual positions and a funding plan. That may include cuts elsewhere.
So I'm not prepared to segment that out. Again, I think that should be part of the larger discussion. I support that being part of the larger discussion, but I don't think we should, on the fly here, say, bring us a plan to do X when we haven't looked at the implications of the cost of X. And that includes the other priorities that the city has as well. So the spirit makes sense to me, and as long as you're willing to be holistic about this, then that would be, then I would certainly incorporate that as an aspect of what we need to hear.
I think I'm
Mayor,
suggesting
I'm
something
still
a
in
little
the queue,
different.
really.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Madison.
I want to propose a friendly amendment to the motion that we adopt the budget as was moved, but with the fourth.
First.
I'm sorry?
Before, we need to go through the segmentation process.
I know, but, well,
Yeah.
we just had 20 minutes of discussion about the thing that I'm going to speak to, so.
But we won't make that motion. You wouldn't,
Okay.
you could still make
Well-
the motion. I'm just saying not right, not yet.
Okay, well then, I won't make the motion yet, or, and I don't know if it's a substitute motion or if I'm asking the maker to accept an amendment, but I won't do either of those things.
Let's segment and then come back to you, Mr. Madison.
Okay, I'll read the script.
Yeah, let's segment so
Now
that
that we have had the city staff presentation and public comment, the city council will now move through the segments for comments or questions before the city council adopts the resolutions that pertain to those segments. We have randomly selected which of the three segments in which council members have a conflict of interest will be acted upon first. Prior to the start of the public meeting, I use a random selection method to determine which segment will proceed first. Based on the random selection, the rent stabilization department budget will proceed first. At this point, I believe it's council members Hampton and the mayor who will recuse themselves and exit the meeting.
So, Vice Mayor, I'm prepared
Oh,
to
I'm
make.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
We have to, Mr. Jones needs to be recused as well.
Vice Mayor, I'm
Okay,
prepared.
I'm still in the queue.
Hold on, we gotta let him leave.
Thank you. So,
We'll just.
All right, we're almost ready.
was someone not recused? Is that what's happening?
He's only not participating in Measure W, but this is on the rent stabilization, so Mr. Jones can and will participate in this part. And
We need to wait till he comes back in to,
Yeah.
Yeah, to have a quorum.
He's taking a brief pause. He'll be right back in.
right now we lack a quorum.
Yes, we need a quorum in the room. Mr. Lyons' vote will count, but for just cause purposes.
Got it.
All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Madison.
Okay.
Again, we're on rent stabilization, so go ahead.
I'd move the staff recommendation provided that this only deals with rent stabilization, correct? I want to make sure the
Correct.
segmentation is, okay.
All right. Councilmember Colda, do you have any comments?
I will move the staff recommendation on this portion of the budget.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought Ms. Councilmember Madison just made the motion.
He just did.
Okay,
Would you
I'll
like to second?
I'll
All right.
I thought you said you support it. I apologize. No, I said it. Okay.
Do I need to read the exact script? I think we've got it down, or should I proceed with reading it? Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the Rent Stabilization Department budget, which is segment 1. Just to remind everyone, this Mayor Gordo and Councilmember Hampton stepped out of the room and have recused themselves because they own multiple rental properties in the city. Roll call.
Councilmember Coe,
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo is absent. Motion passes. The item's approved.
Okay, so the two of them can come out, or come back, I'm sorry. And then,
Okay,
Now, I have an additional script. We will now proceed with the recusal segment with, related to Measure W, with the record noting that Councilmember Jones is recused from this segment as described earlier by city staff. Just to remind members of the public, recusal for Measure W refers to Measure W funds, which is Fund 243 of the Public Works Department's operating budget. Councilmember Jones is employed by the County of Los Angeles Public Works Department, which is involved in Measure W funds. We're asked now that we can discuss this item or make a motion.
motion to approve. Okay,
Second?
moved and seconded. Roll call.
Moved by Councilmember Hampton, seconded by Council Madison. Is that correct? Thank you. Councilmember Coe,
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones is absent. Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
Item passes.
Okay.
so now Mr. Jones can return.
No.
Okay, now I will proceed with the script for segment 3. Now we are moving on to the adoption of the balance of the city's operating budget. This is where we proceed for any comments, questions, discussion on all other aspects of the operating budget not already addressed and approved, which would be the RSD budget and Measure W.
Mr. Madison, I think
Thank
you
you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. And so I just want to make clear, and I don't know if Mr. Cole's motion still stands then, or it needs to be remade, or I can make a motion, whatever the clerk recommends, or the city
I have
attorney.
Mr. Cole as making the motion to approve the budget as submitted, with exception of the RSD and the Measure W funds. And I have Councilmember Hampton as seconding
Okay.
the motion.
So what I'd like to see us do is have some more clarity around the 4th firefighter paramedic position. I thought there was a consensus that we could support the 4th now, and then the 5th, look to the chief to come back mid-year.
That's what I thought too.
Okay, so I guess we'd ask the maker in a second.
The 4th is
Well,
in the
as a point
budget.
of order, the fourth is in the budget.
The 5th
right,
and
Mayor?
the 6th, it's getting to the 6th that. 5th, thank you.
The 5th,
Thank
yes.
you.
The fourth is in the budget, correct?
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
So are we correct about the 5th then would come back at mid-year?
Or before.
Okay.
Or
Mr.
before.
Hampton, you agree with that? Okay. And then I would like to see us give more firm direction to increase the staffing in the police department, but I'm not hearing a consensus about that, Mayor, but am I to understand that then the police chief will come back mid-year again with a proposal to us at that point?
Yeah, I think we should give direction to the police chief. Well, one, to look at, the needs of the city as we look to host the world in the Olympics. and look at policing needs in general. As a part of doing that, also look specifically at patrol and the needs of patrol and the possibility of adding 4 officers, and ask the city manager and our finance director to tell us what it would take to fund that. You know, to Mr. Cole's point, we may need to make adjustments in the budget elsewhere or find the funding.
I just wanted to understand what the direction was, and I'm fine with that, provided it also includes traffic patrol in particular.
Well, yeah, it's patrol. That's, yeah. Well,
patrol is a broad division. Traffic is a very specialized function.
What I wouldn't want to get into is micromanaging or directing, you know, department operations. I think the chief would agree that we need more traffic patrol, but I think we leave it to the chief to make the determination on assignments specifically.
Well, I'll speak up then when he comes back. Yeah. And then the piece about the budget is, again, where I would be is we don't need to incur that $600,000 cost of bringing back into the city now the parking enforcement. Yeah, even assuming that there's a need for more responsiveness, we could exercise that through the contractor right now. That would find us $600,000 right now that we could get the 2 paramedics hired right away. We wouldn't even have to wait till mid-year. Even if we postponed that decision to mid-year, that would probably get us both of those firefighter paramedics. So I wonder if there's an appetite among my colleagues for that. And then I haven't heard anyone comment on the sister cities allocation. I would strike that. I realize it's a small amount of money. I would imagine we still have last year's money in the fund sitting there. So if the organization could become lawful and come forward and ask for funds, is it sitting in a fund?
That amount is a part of the general fund, and so it just gets consumed in the projections for next year.
But it's been unallocated this year, unspent this year, unobligated.
As far as I know, it has been unspent so far.
Right, okay. So I would like to see that be part of the motion as well. And so I'd ask the maker and the second if they would agree.
I don't accept it.
Let me offer this, which may partially address the mayor and Mr. Madison's
Wait, on
concerns.
police, or which one are we talking about?
Let me share with you what I've heard from both of you and what I'm prepared to support.
Mr. Hampton, I want to be clear. When you say you don't accept that, you don't accept the which one or both?
I don't accept the motion. I accept the motion as made.
Got it. Thank you. I just want to clarify.
So with the permission of my seconder, I would.
But I'd like to hear if you have a kumbaya moment.
Appreciate that. I would add to the motion that we've made, with the understanding the city manager will return to the city council in the coming months with discussion and recommendations for additional adjustments to the budget to address the council's identified priorities, including adequate public safety staffing.
That's fair.
Okay.
I thought that was a part of the, I thought that's what we were originally doing, but that's if it needs to be, I heard somebody, who said that? That's what y'all said already. That's exactly what we said already. You were right, you listening.
By the way, she's a resident who was here for the turkey tussle and they're attending their first meeting, so thank you for hanging in with us. She said she's trying and it's a problem.
Mayor, can I just ask then the city attorney, do you have a view about allocating a budget? Is it allocated to a specific organization or just the sister cities organization of our choice?
I'm not very familiar with the contract, particularly if there was something specific, but in general, I think most of the things that we provide some additional general fund support from it's reserved for that purpose, but could be used for something else.
Be discretionary at the time that we, okay, very well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second and hopefully a kumbaya moment, as Mr. Hampton put it. Do we need roll call? Or any questions, comments? No? Roll call?
Okay, the motion was moved by Councilmember Coe, second by Councilmember Hampton. amended as noted. Oh, noted, well, let me see, I'm not marked, but I'm gonna try. So with direction to staff and understanding the city matter to return to the city council with a discussion on agenda.
In the coming months, with discussion and recommendations for
Oh.
additional adjustments to the budget to address the council's identified priorities, comma, including adequate public safety staffing.
As quoted by Councilmember Cole.
Everybody okay with the comma?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The item's approved.
Okay, again.
Kumbaya, Mayor.
Yeah, kumbaya, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work. And thank you to, no, just on the budget. Yeah, thank you for your hard work on the budget. Thank you to the staff before they quickly exit the building. We know how much time and effort goes into the budget, and we appreciate our staff for putting that time and effort. And again, thank you to my colleagues and the public for also putting in the time. Thank you. Okay, now we turn to
Item 12.
Oh. No, 12 and 15. We have 12 and 15.
And 15 is the ordinance, the adoption.
Yeah, 12 and 15. 12 is a discussion.
Oh, so 12, we should do 15. Okay, let's go to 15 and then back to 12. Okay, this is, go ahead and introduce the ordinance. This is the second reading of an ordinance.
This is adopt an ordinance of the City of Pasadena amending sections 2.05.210 and 2.05.220 of Title II, Chapter 2.05 of the Pasadena Municipal Code regarding the compensation of the mayor and members of the city council. This motion was introduced by Councilmember Hampton. I'll do a roll call for the adoption of the item. Councilmember Cole? Yes. Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
No.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Item is approved.
Okay, and I think we have two matters remaining on our agenda. Madam City Attorney? We have two matters, or? Oh, no, so we took item,
EIFD.
yeah, the EIFD. The other item we removed. Yeah, that's right, 13 and 14 we pulled. Okay, so on the EIFD, I am going to, on the advice of the city attorney, recuse myself because I own a property within the physical area. Mhm. So, Ms. Rivas.
All right, I'll turn to staff for a presentation.
Hi, good evening. Dave Klug, Economic Development Director. And tonight, this is in regard to the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District that staff is proposing. Staff is proposing that the council adopt a resolution of intention as a first step to form an EIFD, and also to appoint 2 members of the City Council to the Public Financing Authority Board, and appoint 1 member of the City Council as an alternative board member. Teresa Garcia, Senior Project Manager in Economic Development, will give a very brief overview of an EIFD. And we also have our consultants from the Cosmont team here in the audience who can walk us through a more detailed presentation on this topic. Teresa.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of council. I'm Teresa Garcia, Senior Project Manager in Economic Development. Tonight I'll be providing a brief overview of the proposed Pasadena Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. Prior to 2012, redevelopment agencies were one of the primary tax increment financing tools used by cities in California. Their dissolution eliminated a key source of funding for infrastructure and economic development projects. In 2014, with Senate Bill 628, the state created Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts, or EIFDs. And EIFDs allow local agencies to use future growth and property tax revenues to fund public improvements in infrastructure. Importantly, EIFDs do not create new taxes or increase property tax rates. They simply capture a portion of future growth and reinvest it back into community infrastructure. The impetus for exploring this tool is the 710 project area and the infrastructure projects needed to support its development. As part of that effort, staff and consultants also analyzed nearby opportunity sites and underdeveloped commercial areas shown here and in the resolution of intention. These areas outlined present significant opportunities for infrastructure and future development, infrastructure investment and future development, and an EIFD could help fund improvements needed to support long-term growth. Next slide, please. One back, thank you. Staff has been evaluating the EIFD concept over the last several months, both internally and with staff from Supervisor Barger's office, as well as the County Chief Executive Office. Some milestones include an initial city and county meeting in November of last year, a preliminary presentation to the EdTech Committee in March of this year, and a joint district tour with county and city staff of April of this year. Next slide. Staff recommendations are that council find the proposed actions are not a project subject to CEQA. Staff also recommend that City Council adopt a resolution declaring its intention to establish the Pasadena Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District and establish the Pasadena EIFD Public Financing Authority, or PFA. And the final recommendation is to appoint 2 members of the City Council to the Public Financing Authority Board and appoint 1 member of the City Council as an alternate board member. At this point, I will ask Joe Dieguez of the Cosmont Companies, who will walk us through the proposed EIFD in some more detail, including how the tool works and some key elements of the district analysis.
Thank you, Teresa. Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Joe Dieguez here with Cosmont to take it one step deeper into this analysis for the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. Got some slides prepared. Here we go. I'm joined this evening by some colleagues, Richard Kerrigan online, my colleague Fernando Sanchez in the audience. We had our CEO, Larry Cosmont, until about 15 minutes ago, and he had to hop off virtually, but he has certainly been involved. As stated by staff, we're here talking about a funding and financing tool, this EIFD, Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. One point I'll probably mention multiple times is this is not a new tax. It's a form of tax increment financing, but despite starting with the word tax, it is not a new tax. It's leveraging future assessed value growth for reinvestment locally. Punchline is when we look over time at how much funding capacity is available on a present value basis, we're talking about $230 million up to. This is a tool that the city could implement on its own as a taxing entity, but it could also partner with the county. And we often find that cities increase their quote unquote return on investment, their general fund net fiscal impact by achieving partnerships with other entities such as the County of Los Angeles. As Teresa covered, there has already been some engagement. Even since that April tour, there was a meeting of a committee called the Economic Development Policy Committee of the county, made up of board deputies of all the offices. And that body on June 4th actually is recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt a companion motion to this, the Board of Supervisors resolution of intention, if this council adopts this motion. That would go to the Board of Supervisors on July 14th, if this motion were to move forward. So in addition to creating an ongoing revenue stream that could be bonded against, this district also improves a community's ability to compete for other money, explicitly state grants. There are state grants that award more points in a scoring rubric for cities and counties that do explicitly these types of tools. So the motion before the council today, it's a non-binding action, but it sort of sets the city down the path of forming this district, this tool. So I covered it. I'll just repeat it again. This is not a new tax. This district works similar to the old redevelopment agencies in California, where a specific boundary is identified as assessed value grows over time. Within that boundary, the mechanism is we're setting aside some piece of the future property tax increment within that boundary. So we're not touching anything about property tax revenues today, but some portion, not all, some portion of the future growth of property tax within that specific boundary is set aside. Very importantly, different from the old redevelopment agencies in California, the city cannot control automatically the revenues that would otherwise go to the county, any special districts, any school districts. Can't do that anymore. If districts are going to participate, they have to agree to do so expressly. And then very importantly, even if school districts wanted to participate, they can't by state legislation. All of it is temporary for some period of time, after which point dollars sort of go back to normal the way they are distributed as assessed value grows. Some key points on the way these work. They are long-term districts. They are authorized for up to 45 years from the first issuance of debt from these tools. We see many of these districts not issuing their first bond until about 5 years after formation. So that 45-year clock from year 5, we often see these as 50-year districts. A new entity is formed, as perhaps obvious from the staff recommendation. A new entity called a Public Financing Authority is set up to govern this entity. That entity is comprised of, at its sort of default, it's 3 members of the city council and 2 members of the public appointed by the city. If there is a partnership between multiple entities, such as a proposed partnership with the city and the county, usually it stays at 5 members, but what you see is 2 council members, 1 county supervisor, 1 public member appointed by the city, and 1 public member appointed by the county. That's the template that we've seen elsewhere within this county and across the state. It can be more than 5, but 5 has been working very well. There's no vote to form these because we're not increasing anybody's taxes, but there are a series of public meetings and hearings where you're supposed to present very clearly, what are you going to do with the money, over what timeline, what are the impacts to the general funds of any participating entity, and you're required to present quite repetitively, to be honest, this infrastructure financing plan. It's the business plan for the district so that members of the public, property owners, anyone who's interested can get into the gritty detail, view the assumptions, comment on them, and at the last public hearing, even protest anything. The plan, the concept, the process that was held, any of that can be protested. And the key threshold in the law is if more than half of the property owners and residents within the boundary protest, it could not move forward for at least 1 year. Just editorial point, usually as soon as we say this is not a new tax, you don't really see a lot of protests in these districts across the state. The boundaries don't have to be contiguous, as will be evidenced in the map we'll show. Actually, I believe Teresa already showed the map. I'll bring it up again. They don't have to be contiguous. And eligible projects, it's a long list. So the EIFD law has been revised several times since the initial legislation in 2014. Now there's a list, including but not limited to, about 21 bullet points. It includes the items listed on this page and more. So things that perhaps the council would expect: water, sewer, roads, transportation, and then several specific call-outs: libraries, childcare, affordable housing, broadband, improvements that address climate change, so things like wildfire prevention, sea level rise, extreme heat, drought. And then bottom right, a new category that was added: facilities used by small businesses and nonprofits. And all of that is precluded by the words including but not limited to. Common themes that Cosmont's observing across the state, 2 common themes: return on investment. We're not seeing any city or county go down this path if the general fund is not looking better for it. So the idea is to catalyze private sector investment that would either not happen at all, or as quickly, or as intensely, and with that investment bring net positive dollars and cents return on investment for the general fund. Same for counties doing these, and counties that are joining with cities. And then aside from that, also seeing common themes of job creation, housing production. This county has a high degree of emphasis on affordable housing production in the cities that it partners with, and then just solving infrastructure that needs to get solved for. The second theme that we see, perhaps less obvious, is communities leveraging these tools just to be better at attracting other money. So again, that increased scoring on state grants. Some of the most well-funded grants are the most competitive in the State Housing and Community Development Department. Your infill infrastructure grant, your affordable housing and sustainable community grant, transformative climate community grant, most competitive, most well-funded, and those specific grants are among those that you're getting more points for pursuant to the state's quote-unquote pro-housing designation program. So literally, if you have an EIFD in place, I think it's 3 more points on the pro-housing guidelines. The map is previewed by Teresa here. We're talking about 550 acres. So non-contiguous in nature. We've got the vision plan area to the south here. We've got your Lincoln Avenue, Fair Oaks, Orange Grove, and North Lake Avenue specific plan areas that are identified for their potential for reinvestment, whether it's ground up or just rehabilitation. All in all, it's about 3.7% of your city in terms of acreage. In terms of assessed value, it's about closer to 3% of citywide value. Globally speaking, we like that level of focus. And by the way, the county likes that level of focus when they're considering partnership with their cities. That means that a lot of thought has been given by staff and trying to balance making the district large enough so that you can generate enough money to fund meaningful projects, but not so big that you are over-encumbering future property tax dollars that would otherwise be available in the general fund for unrestricted uses, day-to-day services. So this level of focus has worked quite well in this county and across the state. Just some example projects within that long, I mentioned 21 bullet points in the law of what can be funded. Some of the more specific themes that have come up in our staff level conversations: mobility and utility infrastructure, multimodal improvements, sustainable water features, clean energy, affordable housing, public and open space. These themes also went over well in our initial discussions with the county so far. We need to make some projections about future development. These are just projections. Nothing about these land use assumptions are binding in any way. Projections are made to have some sense of how much money will there be to spend? What are the general fund impacts to the city and the county? So we work off of the 710 vision plan analysis so far, some other pipeline projects that staff keeps track of, and then of course the approved specific plans in those areas within the map. So all in all, I think there's potential for over $2 billion, not overnight. This is forecasted over approximately 15 to 20 years. Those projections are filtered through the 1% property tax general levy, standard in California, and that's divvied up, as folks on this council certainly know, perhaps not members of the public, that when you pay $1 of property tax in Pasadena, most of it does not go to Pasadena, right? Most of it goes to school districts, community college districts, the state's Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund. City ends up with about 21 cents per dollar of that property tax. County gets a larger share at about 28 cents per dollar. And as mentioned earlier, school districts couldn't even partner if they wanted to, pursuant to state legislation. So here in Pasadena and some of our work across the state, these tend to be largely city-county conversations. You as a city, you can only control your piece of the pie, and you can try to convince someone else like the county to partner in with you and give you a piece of their pie. Fortunately, this county's receptiveness to doing that has been positive so far. The county has a policy, by the way. It's not just sort of a blank check. They have a policy adopted back in August of 2018 that says if we, the county of LA, are going to partner with a city, you've got to do certain things. You've got to prioritize certain things, check certain boxes. Some of those are quite intuitive, like this county is not going to give more dollars than the city in a CDIFD. The county is not going to give all of its money, all 100% of its share. They need to see a positive impact to the county. Certain board priorities, which are qualitative in nature. One of the hardest hurdles to meet in our other work in this county is that affordable housing requirement. The county wants to see that either 20% of units within the boundary are going to be affordable, or that you're going to set aside 20% of dollars for affordable housing uses. That conversation was quick and easy for Pasadena, given your citywide inclusionary housing policy. So that went over quite well with the county audience so far. We make several projections. Nothing about today's action is setting a dollar amount or a percentage, but just to inform the conversation, there are options. I mentioned that not all of the future growth in property tax, but just some portion would be allocated to this financing district. The city is in complete control of that. The city, common numbers that we see, 25% of future growth, 50% of future growth. This county, pursuant to its policy, will at most match the sort of the lesser of a percentage match or a dollar match. And since this county gets a larger piece of the pie than the city, the most it would do is a dollar match. And so those scenarios C and D, we would consider the targets where the city is getting a dollar for dollar match. We oftentimes use the retirement account analogy where a city is putting aside 25 to 50% of its future property tax paycheck within this area, and the county's acting as sort of an employer, matching your retirement account allocation dollar for dollar. And so what the estimations we make are, what does that get you? Within 5 years, we think it's between $11 and $23 million. Value will continue to grow. So within 10 years, what does that get you? I think between $30 and $60 million. continues to grow beyond year 10 as values grow. And so in that third column, you see those values like 115 to 230 million. That's that up to 230 million that I mentioned on the executive summary slide. That's on a present value basis. We're trying to account for inflation with these dollars. If we ignore inflation, which we don't like to do at Cosmont, you see larger numbers to the far right. We don't often focus on those. We think it creates sort of unrealistic expectations of dollars you have to budget and don't accurately reflect that things get more expensive over time. So we're saying 115 to 230 million in present value funding capacity. Different ways to access the money, not to belabor the point, but these districts can issue bonds. They don't have to. We think most of them will issue bonds. Just very importantly, they would be bonds off the books, so to speak, of the general fund. So general fund credit typically is not pledged. Assets that the city owns are not pledged as collateral. These are separate Brown Act legal entity financings with its own credit. We have examples we've now seen across the state. So the bond market for these sorts of vehicles is being proven out more so with every year. There's a requirement beyond just being a good idea to study these things. There's a requirement in the law that you have to quantify things like community-wide and regional impact. So analysis thus far quantifies that in terms of housing, both market rate and affordable, job creation and the wages associated with those jobs. A lot of attention is...
I'm not sure, given the level of detail in the report, we need to go into this level of detail. I think the background's been really helpful, but I'm not sure we need to go this deep at this hour.
Yeah, I agree. Or maybe we could just move to questions unless you have any final comments you wanted to wrap up with.
Nope, just positive impacts to the city and county. Roadmap before us. If this proceeds, we think it's realistic to potentially be done by the end of the calendar year if this moves forward. And I do think that brings us to the consideration by the council.
Great. Councilmember Hampton, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have any I have a couple questions actually. But overall, I want to say thank you to the staff. Since I've been on the council, we've talked about specific plans, and these plans just kind of sit in a shelf. And then we hope that some developer or some private entity would, develop the space in different areas, North Lake, Lincoln, and all of our neighbors are asking, what does that specific plan mean? This gives us the opportunity to actually be able to fund some of the work in those plans. And so I, like redevelopment, when we had redevelopment, that money was used to start Old Town, right? Or Old Pasadena, so as Councilmember Madison calls it, but the folks that are from here, we just call it Old Town. A lot of that money went towards revitalizing that, and we have a real opportunity with this EIFD to be able to do the same thing throughout the city, especially in areas that have not received that level of investment. So to not belabor the point anymore, but 15 years and roughly, you said $2.1 billion potentially is what estimated projections are?
Correct, council member. That's the value of new development projected, not the revenues available through this district. Those would be more closer to $230 million.
$230 million. Thank you. I think that's real money, and real money that we could put towards these plans. And so I would like to make a motion when appropriate to appoint the two. Tonight, do we have to make the appointment as well, or do we have time to?
Ideally tonight, yes.
Okay. Well, I'd like to nominate Councilmember Cole and Councilmember Jones, and our alternate, our vice mayor, if she's available to do so, since Councilmember Jones and Councilmember Cole are not on the Economic Development Committee, and we'll hear regular updates on the Economic Development Committee.
I can bring updates.
Perfect. And then because Vice Mayor Rivas is also on Economic Development, I just thought it'd be best to have someone from Economic Development on the committee as well. That's my motion as of now, but wait to hear.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Comments.
Council, it sounds like it has a first and has a second. Councilmember Madison, go ahead.
Really intrigued about this. Give a lot of credit to staff for bringing it forward, but I have a lot of concerns and reservations. Let me ask first, which council committee did this go through to be fully vetted first?
It went through EdTech.
Okay. I guess one concern I have is, so the funds have to be spent in the district?
No, they can be spent outside of the district as well.
Okay, but is the intent that they be used in the district?
That's up to really the infrastructure financing committee. So it doesn't have to be spent within the district. Joe, if you want to elaborate on this, you've done.
Correct,
a number
not
of
within the
these.
district, but they have to have some tangible benefit to those properties within the district. So sometimes we see things like a water treatment plant that's located out of the boundary, but it treats the water within it,
Okay.
as one example.
I guess one concern is just to the extent there's any requirement that it benefit the district or, and these are probably substantial stakeholders potentially that would be watching their property tax dollars, used or not used in the way they see fit. Does it act as a constraint on the council's ability to use our property tax dollars in the way we deem fit? Sounds like at a minimum, it's a factor that has to be considered.
Yes.
And I just don't know that I can process, at 10 p.m., whether that's net positive or not. Is there an analysis like this of each of the districts, what you have up on the screen right now? You follow me like
So
those?
the 710 versus specific plan area
Yeah.
1 versus specific plan area 2. We had them disaggregated at some point. They have since been aggregated. We can certainly separate them if it becomes of interest.
And is that common in your experience to have multiple non-contiguous areas
Common practice, yes.
in a city the size of ours?
Yes, it is. One
Okay.
that would, yeah, that's the short answer.
Okay. What are the transaction costs to do this?
So forming the district initially, we'd see varies between maybe $100,000 to $200,000 to have it fully formed. If a bond issuance were to go to the market, we typically see sort of standard costs, underwriter's discount, maybe a deposit one-year reserve fund. In terms of what you're paying, like consultants and appraisers and attorneys, probably $350,000. That would typically be paid from bond proceeds.
Per bond issuance?
Yes.
Or, okay. And then, I've got lots of questions about partnering with the county. We don't have an agreement. We don't have anything signed. I suppose we don't have the authority yet to enter into an agreement.
Correct, none yet. We think they would, we think if this action moves forward, they would plan to take a companion resolution of intention on July 14, also non-binding for them, like this is non-binding for you.
What do you mean it's non-binding?
So this action would merely create this sort of shell of an entity, the Public Financing Authority. Then the first action is to draft what I call the business plan, the infrastructure financing plan. That plan has to independently come back to the City Council, independently to the County Board of Supervisors, and then over a series of public meetings and hearings by that hybrid Public Financing Authority, and across that public protest threshold. All those things
Okay.
need to happen for the teeth to be applied.
And then I would say the 710 is different in kind from the other districts because we own it. And I wonder if anyone here has given thought to that whether it's as beneficial, efficacious, necessary in that, or maybe more so, I don't know. But I wonder if you could speak to that, either David or.
I could certainly, David, unless you want. So to be quite frank, when we ran numbers for just the 710, we got to numbers that we didn't think would be worth doing. Because sort of some funding capacity, but we didn't have anything to sort of get the ball rolling. And so expanding outward gave us something to work with to get the ball of assessed value creation going that would hopefully feed into initial investments in the 710 and then further keep this wheel of value creation going. And only then could we get to numbers into the sort of 20 millions and more within 5 to 10 years where we thought, okay, now it's at least worth doing.
Is it worth doing without the 710?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Then that tells me that we're looking at benefits that the 710 will generate going elsewhere in the city.
Yeah, I could think it potentially goes both ways. Yeah.
Well,
So
not,
the
not based
existing,
on what you just said.
the existing value there is obviously zero. So that alone does nothing. If we have just the other areas, we've got some initial value, but it's very little and no major uptick. So with the 710 vision plan area, we see the greatest potential to go from zero today to hundreds of millions or billions in the future. So greatest incremental lift, but nothing initially to work from, because 5% growth of zero is still zero. So it's a little bit of yin and yang. They complement each other quite well.
But didn't you say that this is all based just on prospective property tax value add, if you will?
It's correct. Any growth, whether it's inflationary of what's existing
Right.
or ground up new investment, both of those would be captured.
Yeah. So this is basically a way to take the property tax increment from the 710 and send it to these other districts.
At least that's not Cosmont's opinion. What's been discussed staff level, including with the county, is a lot of emphasis near term for a lot of the core water, sewer, road, mobility stuff that we think is necessary to get 710 going, and a lot of TLC needed in these specific plan corridors. There's going to be a lot of considerations like timing, like maybe it's everyone benefits, but maybe initial priority is given to 710 and later priority, perhaps 5 to 10 years down the line, is given to the other areas. I wouldn't say we've gone to that level of detail yet. Segmenting that would come in that business plan, that infrastructure financing plan. I don't think the county would be sold if it's just using these dollars like for the other areas.
And then, is there any exigency here?
It's always kind of a when you plant a tree argument. We're always trying to get it in, form a base year, that kind of oversimplistic graphic, before the value starts taking off. That sort of maximizes the capture. From a city's perspective, probably the biggest benefit is capturing the largest piece of a county match that would otherwise be somewhere else within the county entirely, perhaps not even within the city, but those would for sure be dollars that get dedicated locally. It's probably the closest thing to exigency.
But that assumes something's happened that's generating those returns. And then another concern I've got, Vice Mayor, is that this could conflict with, even in the public's perception, it could conflict with the potential that we're going to create some kind of advisory governance body for the 710. Now, are we going back and forth between the financing authority and that body, and then is the council mediating those things? I don't think I can support this at 10 p.m. on a Monday, the first time we discuss it. There's so many stakeholders for the 710 that I'd want to hear from first, you know. Again, I'm intrigued. I credit staff and Cosmont. It sounds potentially very exciting. Because the biggest concern is if the county's got something on their agenda July 14, you know, when can we have that kind of community outreach? Because, you know, I'm on Ed Tech. I don't think I was at that one because it was probably the week of my wedding. But, you know, I doubt there's been a lot of outreach or community visibility into this. And as we know, there's a lot of visibility and interest in everything 710 related. So,
Can we turn to staff for a response on how you envision all these different bodies, the council, this board, interacting prospectively, especially as it relates to the 710 specifically?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we bring it back to Ed Tech for a more in-depth conversation. We were there in March, I believe it was, and as a suggestion, just to do a deep dive on some of the questions that you posed, Mr. Madison.
So we're not taking final action tonight. We are setting up, as you said, the shell. There has to be a public hearing. There has to be a formal adoption. All these questions will get fleshed out. I share the sense of urgency. For the year and a half I've served on the council, I have complained about the lack of investment in the specific plan areas. And at the risk of characterizing your remarks, Mr. Madison, I think you have been pretty vocal about moving forward on the 710, as the rest of us have. And I think we're just putting a stake in the ground tonight. And all these questions are valid and should be answered not only to our satisfaction, but as you point out, to the community. So I'm prepared to move forward with the motion tonight with the understanding that, could you put up the schedule? Because we don't even take a final vote until the fall, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So it isn't until October that we even get to public hearings, and then we don't even come to this. If we act tonight, we're setting in motion something that will conclude in December of this year. That doesn't seem to me to be rushing to judgment.
Well, it commits us to a course of action and some significant investments. I mean, there are 4 districts. Is that what this map is not easy for me to read, but is that what I'm seeing? 4?
It's treated for all intents and purposes as a single district, but yeah, 4 honestly, it's actually more than 4 non-contiguous areas in 3 specific plan areas, the 710, and you'll notice these colored parcels spread around somewhat strategically, where in staff's review, there's opportunity that can be catalyzed and then captured with this district. I'd say 4 key areas and a bunch of smaller stuff.
And who were the nominees for the 710 is entirely in my district. I'm going to want to be on this committee if it's going to deal with something that's entirely in my district. Now, there are four areas here, so within one district. I think we probably have to say that legally, that it's just one district. But who are the other representatives from the other 3 being appointed with the motion?
I had suggested Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Cole, and Vice Mayor Rivas. And I believe that all of these areas are also within the districts that they represent, including 2 of these areas are in the district that, actually 3 of these areas are in the district that I represent. So.
Yeah, I can't support it tonight for the 710 for all the reasons and I think we're going to really have a firestorm if, again, late one night we adopt something so significant. This is a big deal. And I like the boldness of the thinking, and I have been ribbed for saying that we should unleash David Klug and his brilliant team to do things like this. So again, I applaud the effort. I just want to make sure, like physicians say, first do no harm. And there is such a high level of interest in the 710, and we don't have a vision yet. We don't have a plan. We can't tell people what's going to be there yet. And so to commit something like this, it'd be hard to even analyze all the variables. Like, what if we had one development counterparty that we engaged with? I'm not sure this model would make any sense at all if that were the case. Because again, we own this property and we can negotiate maximum value from that. You have 1.31 billion. The value of the 710 area itself may approach $1 billion. And again, that we own that. So that's where I am at 10:04.
Understood. Councilmember Jones, go ahead.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. And I intend to support the motion. First I want to give my kudos to Matt and Miguel as well, because in 2023 I talked to them about creating an EIFD specifically really for Fair Oaks, but then Matt and Mr. Klug talked about incorporating the 710 into it, and then some of these other specific plans. And we know that I think this process works because we've seen it in West Carson. And West Carson is an area that there's residents there. It has a specific plan. They was able to use an EIFD to now start to build out and enhance that area for the residents. And I believe this process here will allow us to vet all of those questions. If we approve it tonight, the EIFD, and through the public hearings, we can vet all of that. And we've been discussing this when we have the 710 committee meetings. We've talked about what is the financing piece of it, and EIFD has continuously come up. at the city council meetings. And so I don't think, and I appreciate your concern as well. And I think, there are valid questions to vet out during the public hearing process. But I don't think the staff is like caught off guard with this. And so I'm prepared to support the motion.
I think
Stating the obvious, we don't have a specific plan for the 710, so.
I was talking about the other areas with specific
Yeah.
plans.
Well, let me
can-
make a substitute motion then that we approve.
We do
this.
have public comment, so why don't we take public comment and then
Oh, okay.
return to the discussion?
Okay, I'll just wait in the queue until then. Thanks.
So I will call David Granis.
No, Vice Mayor, I have a hand up.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of questions. So does this bind us to anything tonight if we take the vote to move forward?
It does not, council member.
Including the boundaries of the EIFD?
They can be further modified. They can be shrunk without issue. If they are grown beyond this point, we would have to take an amended and restated resolution of intention.
Okay, I do have questions about why certain other specific plans are not in the boundaries, where there may be a more material economic advantage, but that's just a matter of bringing in a new resolution?
Correct.
Okay, and is there any economic investment we're making tonight till the next point on your outline of events? Timeline of events?
I guess to be very specific, Cosmon's time is probably the main expenditure. So perhaps a few $1,000s in just preparation of documentation to bring before the county, July
Okay.
14, and then potentially prepare a draft plan if that goes well.
All right, I'm also comfortable moving forward with this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead with public comment.
So is David Granis here? Not seeing him, I would like to report out that we did receive one letter of correspondence expressing support and providing other comments on the item.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Madison. You wanted to continue.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a substitute motion that we approve the staff recommendation but exclude the 710 property because of all of the sensitivities and issues that I've raised.
Is there a second? Not seeing one. So that means the first motion stands. Any further discussion on that motion before we take the roll call? Go ahead, Councilor Masuda.
I'm a little confused because we're moving ahead. Do we really actually know what we're doing while we're moving ahead? I don't know that.
I think we do. I mean, this is our chance to ask questions, and I am sympathetic to the position or the point that Councilor Madison has made. It's late in the evening.
Yeah.
But if there are specific questions you have of staff or Cosmont, I mean, now's the time to get them answered.
Well, I'm in a position to support it because we're still moving slow enough. But I think we certainly need to know a lot more going forward. So I trust my colleagues saying that, they see the benefit in it, but we better make sure that we go down the right path. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, would it make sense, I don't know that this needs to be an amendment to the motion, but just to plan prospectively to bring it to Ed Tech to discuss the specific areas that we're talking about, potentially expanding to another specific plan, whether or not the 710 should be included. I'm comfortable with what's proposed right now, but just given that those are been the main areas raised as part of the discussion, I mean, and we've heard that we can we can issue a new resolution, I think was what was stated before. So I'm looking to staff and to.
We can certainly bring updates to Ed Tech on a regular
Not
basis.
so much updates, but I guess initially a discussion on the geographic areas that are encompassed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I feel good that Ed Tech looked at it and are supporting it. But, just have to know a little bit more about it. the whole council.
Understood. Any other questions or comments before we move forward? Okay. Let's roll call then.
So roll call on the merits. The appointment to the board would be Councilmember Coe, Councilmember Jones, and the alternate Vice Mayor Rivas, with directions to staff to present this item, to return this item to the Ed Tech for additional information regarding the geographic areas. Councilmember Coe?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent. This item's approved.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. And I believe that is our last item, and we are adjourning in memory of.
Actually, and I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, there's
Go
something that
ahead.
just occurred to me. I mentioned my recent wedding, right? And I've already been.
And congratulations.
No, stop.
I'm sorry, I don't
The
mean to
mayor
be
very-
rude to interrupt, but we do have, I think somebody stayed for public comment.
But hold on, this is important because it really deals with this issue. It occurs to me, and I did disclose to the city attorney that my wife is employed by Planned Parenthood, who owns a building that may be in one of these districts. So I'm wondering if I have an issue of recusal. That it just occurred to me literally right now. I did abstain, but that's not a recusal. I know if I have to recuse
look into it.
will you please advise me about that? And we'll let the record be what it is now.
Let's revote. I think we should revote, just in case there is a conflict,
Oh.
right?
I'm looking at, I don't know if that's how it works. Can we revote? I don't think we can undo a vote we just took. I'm looking at the city
He
attorney.
abstained. He's put on the record the issue and the question, so we will look into it. So
Okay, thank you.
I don't think.
So we don't have to do a revote? Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm hearing that we actually do have a public comment after all.
We believe so, but I'll call the name just to do our due diligence. And we will call Nina Raj or Eric Jackson.
Is that on that agenda item?
Public comment on matters not on the agenda that were here earlier. Yeah, that were held over. But looking like nobody's coming up, that concludes the agenda.
All right, thank you so much. And we are adjourning this evening in memory of Betsy Nathane, a longtime Pasadena resident and former member of the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee. So if you can please rise and give a moment of silence.
Okay, I hope this is a good thing.